Makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
You're in a 4-minute break. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
To infinity and beyond.
He's live. He's nationwide. This is the Zach Gelb Show. Here's your host, Zach Gelb.
Live from the Play Show, yet not overly ostentatious studios of the Infinity Sports Network here in beautiful New York City, sitting on top of the 10th floor, 345 Hudson Street. Welcome on in to what is a Tuesday edition of the Zach Gelb Show across all of great local Infinity Sports Network affiliates, Sirius XM, Channel 375, the free Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and also streaming live on YouTube. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. You could always get at me on Instagram, where I'm straight flexing, or via the good old cesspool of Twitter, at Zach Gelb. That's ZACHGELB. Or you could get me up and follow at me on TikTok at The Zach Gelb Show. Danny Kanell, one of our favorites, coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. But let's first get right out of the gate to what the game was last night between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Green Bay Packers. There's two sides of it. There's the Eagles side to it, which we'll get to it in just a moment. But we will start with the Green Bay Packers side of it. It is amazing. And I know that we are very week to week in the NFL, and there are big takes about teams, that the way that you talk about team one week could change the next week. And then also there's times where it's month to month, where 1 month you could have a team that is unbelievable, a team that looks like they're going to be a juggernaut, a team that looks like they're going to be a force, a team that looks like they're going to a Super Bowl early on. And then the next month you're sitting there saying, what's going on with this squad? So I look at the Green Bay Packers. If you were writing a movie how to start their season, you could not have given me a better 3 weeks to the start of their year. And I take it to a week before the season even started, when they made the huge acquisition, the surprising acquisition. They were able to go land via trade Micah Parsons. And the Green Bay Packers, ever since Aaron Rodgers walked out their door, and ever since they traded into the Jets, like, you looked at the Packers and you said, what are they going to be? And Jordan Love, right on the scene, year one, you go into Dallas, you win the playoff game, and then you lose divisional round weekend. Then last year, Jordan Love, it was, can he take that next step? The Packers didn't take that next step, but they once again got back into the postseason, and they lost the game to the Philadelphia Eagles, who ended up going on and winning the Super Bowl. So the 2 years post Aaron Rodgers, you had a team that was in the playoffs, won one playoff game, lost two, but now it was, okay, it's year number 3. And in year number 3 of Jordan Love as a starting quarterback, are they just going to be a good team? Can they be a very good team? Can they be a great team? Can they be an elite team? Right? Those were the questions. And oftentimes, you have people that they get annoyed with me when I'm not willing to say a team is a great team, and other talk show hosts, they will use the word great as if it's just breathing air, right? As it's so easy to do. I try to only keep great for the 3 teams that I think you get to the Super Bowl in the AFC, and the 3 teams that I think you get to the Super Bowl in the NFC. That's how I determine if I view you as a great team or not. But before the start of the season, this Green Bay Packers team, go, Pack, go! They made a huge move. They made a move in acquiring someone in Micah Parsons that was supposed to elevate them from being good, or maybe even very good, and taking them into the great category, taking them into the elite category. So that was the buzz. And then in week 1, they smothered the Detroit Lions, a team that was the number 1 overall seed last year in the NFC. And then in a short week on Thursday, where they're going up against the Commanders, a team that was in the NFC Championship game last year, they smothered them too. So you're looking at Green Bay in a 3-week stretch where they acquired Micah Parsons. They then beat the Detroit Lions. They then beat the Washington Commanders. And I remember, as I was sitting there in Las Vegas doing our show on that Friday, I said, the NFL is a copycat league. And what the Eagles were to the NFL last year is what the Packers are going to be to the NFL this year, where you make the big controversial offseason acquisition. And I know that this was via trade for Micah Parsons, and Saquon Barkley was via free agency. But you had this whole decision that did play on out, where Micah Parsons gets traded to the Dallas Cowboys, and Saquon Barkley lands with the Eagles. And what happened? The Eagles went on to win a Super Bowl. The Giants are one of the biggest buffoons in the NFL. And then this year, the Packers were 2-0, and you were looking at the Cowboys as, okay, they're going to be a joke all throughout the year. That's what you thought. That was after the first 2 weeks of the season. Not even the first true 2 weeks of the season, because the Packers played on a Thursday night up against the Commanders. Since then, though, the Green Bay Packers, even though they could sit there at 5-3-1 and they still have everything in front of them, and maybe they're going to change the narrative, and maybe they're going to shut me up at the end of the year, but the Green Bay Packers have been wildly inconsistent. The Green Bay Packers look like their ceiling this year is just maybe winning a playoff game. For a team that was supposed to be in the Super Bowl this year, and a team that was supposed to be able to hoist a Lombardi this year when the Super Bowl is played in Santa Clara. But since starting 2-0, they tied to the Dallas Cowboys. They beat a lowly Cincinnati Bengals team. They beat a lowly Arizona Cardinals team. They beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then they lose to the Carolina Panthers. And then up against the Eagles last night, that game was offensive to offenses. That's how bad the offensive play was. And even when they're down, they get back in the game, right? And this wasn't a defensive problem last night. The Eagles' defense was great. The Packers' defense was great. But that quarterback and that head coach, there's questions if they could be great. Last night, up against a team that is elite, up against a team, I know they haven't been playing great this year, but they're the defending Super Bowl champions in the Philadelphia Eagles. Matt LaFleur looked lost, and Jordan Love looked lost as well. And it was almost as if the Eagles with Nick Sirianni, after the Packers fumbled that ball away, the Eagles get the ball back, and Nick Sirianni at the end of the game, he was on his, the Packers' 35-yard line. All right, it's 10-7. It's a windy night at Lambeau Field. Maybe you don't want to kick a 50-something-yard field goal. How do you take a delay a game, get pushed back to the 40, and just punt the ball and try to pin the ball at the 10-yard line, and then what? It would have been like 30 seconds to go that the Packers would have to get into field goal range. Like, why didn't you just do that? Instead, Sirianni goes for it, doesn't get it, and then still, the Packers had a chance to just get into field goal range instead of just kicking some ridiculous field goal at the end of the game. I'm talking like actual field goal range. And still, Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love weren't up to the task. So I walk away from that game last night with the Green Bay Packers, and I say to myself, do I think the Packers can be a great team this year? With what I've seen so far through 9 games in their season, they don't look like they're going to be a great team. They don't look like they're going to be a team that could get to the Super Bowl. And the shame is their defense was awesome last night. But offensively, they stunk. They stunk. And you know what? You want to see the difference between the Eagles and the Packers? When needed to, the Eagles studs stepped up and made plays. Saquon Barkley running down that left sideline. Then Jalen Hurts goes for the jugular, and he finds Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith, Alabama, touchdown. Eli Gold all those years on the Crimson Tide Radio Network. And they found that touchdown. The Eagles, even when their offense isn't at their best, they show you why they're champions. They show you why they're better than a team in the Packers who are good but not great, while Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur are sitting there, and they didn't show up in a huge spot on Monday Night Football to conclude Week 10. There was a huge difference last night, even though it was a razor-thin margin of a ball game in terms of the score. You look at it 10-7. Like, if I would have told you last night, if I was just running in, I said, hey, Chris Persianen, who's here with us today. Chris Persianen, the Eagles would win the game by 3. You'd think to yourself, all right, 24-21, maybe 30-27, right? Like, you would have thought it'd be like an electric, firework, explosive type of game. When I tell you the Eagles win by 3 and it's 10-7, And don't get me wrong. It's like that Eagles defense was phenomenal last year. They're a good defense this year. Jalen Phillips is making plays left and right last night after getting reunited with Vic Fangio. But if I were to tell you last night that the final score ends up being 10-7, you're looking there and you're saying, how can't the Green Bay Packers with Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur, how can't they get to 13 points? Now, how can't they score 2 touchdowns in the game and get to 14 points? Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur weren't ready for the moment last night. Even though Jalen Hurts didn't play his best, when needed to, he delivered. And I walk away from that game if I'm a fan of the Green Bay Packers, and I'm saying to myself, man, it seems like we're stuck, folks, where we got a good coach, we got a good quarterback, but there's a difference in this league from good to great. There's a lot of good quarterbacks that play in the NFL for 10, 15 years, and they don't sniff a Super Bowl. And if this was the head coach and quarterback duo of the Cleveland Browns, of the Atlanta Falcons, right, the Carolina Panthers, and you're consistently in the playoffs, those organizations would take it. But when you're the quarterback and head coach duo of the Green Bay Packers, Lombardi, Starr, Holmgren, Favre, McCarthy, Rodgers, it's Hall of Fame jacket, Super Bowl champion. Just being a team that makes the playoffs and maybe they go to the divisional round isn't good enough. And we haven't seen this duo take that next step. And if anything, they're going backwards. They went from winning wild card weekend, going to the divisional round, to then the next year losing wild card weekend. And this year, even if they get back to the divisional round, that will be way short of expectations. The bare minimum, the absolute bare minimum for the Packers this year is getting to an NFC championship game. But when you make that move to go get Micah Parsons, you're expected to go win a Super Bowl. You're expected to be in the Super Bowl. And look around the NFL right now. Who's the team that you believe in the most? Look at the NFC. The Eagles are 7-2. A few weeks ago, we wondered if A.J. Brown even wanted to be on the Philadelphia Eagles. The Lions have Dan Campbell now calling plays. They're 6-3. The Bears, they're 6-3. And no one thinks Chicago's all that special. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are 6-3. The Seahawks are 7-2. The Rams are 7-2. The 49ers are 6-4. Like, there's a lot of good teams. But can anyone right now tell me in the NFC who's definitely going to the Super Bowl? Nope. You can't. You can't. So it's right there for Green Bay. And Green Bay is urinating down their leg. They are squandering away what they should be this year. Getting outscored 13 points in the fourth quarter to the Cleveland Browns. Losing to the Carolina Panthers. And then when the Eagles only scored 10 points, forget 14, you couldn't even get to 11. You couldn't even get to 11. Ay, ay, ay. The NFL is wide open. It's wide open, like even the AFC. You got the Pats, a good story at 8-2. You got Buffalo at 6-3. Pittsburgh's 5-4. The Ravens are back in at 4-5. The Colts are 8-2. Broncos 8-2. Chargers 7-3. Chiefs 5-4. It's wide open. And that's what makes it even more embarrassing for Green Bay. It's right there for the taking, and they don't want to take it. That coach, Matt LaFleur, he don't want to take it. That quarterback, Jordan Love, he don't want to take it. And this was supposed to be a year where they go from good to great. These are the Green Bay freaking Packers. Starr, Favre, Rodgers, Hall of Famers, Super Bowl champions. Right now, though, the Packers have Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love. Good, right? A lot of teams would like to have that, but when you're in Green Bay, you're expected to win it all. And right now, This offense is holding this team back, and this offense is going to prevent this team from going from good to great, from going in the wild card round to the divisional round to eventually then the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. The coach and the quarterback, they're good, but they're not great, and they're holding the Cheeseheads back. Zach Gelb here with you on the Infinity Sports Network. Breaking news. This is from Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport. Jaguars star corner and wide receiver Travis Hunter underwent season-ending knee surgery with eyes set on 2026 return. It was an LCL repair. He's expected to return within 6 to full football activities. 6 months to full football activities. Sorry, I'm reading this on the fly. A lot going on here behind the scenes. But anyway, Travis Hunter out for the season. That's so disappointing. I was so. How about, at the Cleveland Browns, you won something this year. You got an extra first-round pick. You got Mason Graham. You got Quinshon Judkins, all from that Travis Hunter trade. You won something. You don't win on the football field. We know that. But at the draft, you won. And Travis Hunter, even when he was playing, he made some plays on both sides of the ball, but he never popped off. That was someone that I thought we'd be sitting there week in and week out talking Travis Hunter this, Travis Hunter that, Travis Hunter this, Travis Hunter that, and we barely talked about him. Barely. So I wish him nothing but the best. Hopefully this is a minor setback for a major comeback. And hopefully then Travis Hunter ends up being a stud in the NFL. But, man, what a disappointing story that was this season. So once again, let me see if I can read this right the second time. According to Rap Sheet, Jaguar star cornerback and wide receiver Travis Hunter underwent season-ending knee surgery with eyes set on 2026. It was an LCL repair. He's expected to return within 6 months to full football activities. That's the latest from Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport. All right, we'll take a break. When we come on back, fire Nico. Fire Nico. I wasn't talking about Nico Scarlatos, who sometimes works on this show. Nico Harrison is out as the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks. I give you my opinion. Also, Chris Persianen is here. So, he's an NBA insider. We'll get his thoughts on what's going down and what he's hearing in NBA circles about Nico Harrison being ousted by the Dallas Mavericks. Back after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
This is the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network.
Alrighty, there were some rumors yesterday that Nico Harrison was in his final hours as general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, right? President of basketball operations. I saw some of that speculation on the internet. And I know that the Mavericks got off to a slow start to the season, but there's a difference in getting off to a slow start, knowing that that's public enemy number one in Dallas and the fans every home game chanting fire Nico. And I'm not a big fan of Nico Harrison. I think I've made those opinions pretty clear on this radio program. And I think him trading Luka Doncic was the beginning. And I said this before, it was the day the trade happened. It was the beginning of the end of Nico Harrison's time. It wasn't going to be a matter of if he was going to get fired, just when. Because that's a move, I don't care what you get back. When you make a move like that and you get basically nothing back, or you could have got a lot more back, I'm sitting there saying it's only a matter of time where you're going to be ousted as the general manager. Even with that being said, I'm going to assume, like, let's just operate in the world as if yesterday didn't happen. When some of this stuff started to ambiguously leak on social media. If you would have told me before the start of the season, right, a few weeks ago, that Nico Harrison would have been out by Veterans Day. By the way, happy Veterans Day, and thank you to everyone who did serve our country, and we appreciate the sacrifices that you make in order to protect our freedom. So let's get that right out of the gate. But if you would have told me before the start of the season 3 weeks ago that 10 games into the Mavericks season, the Mavericks would have said goodbye to Nico Harrison, yeah, I wouldn't have believed you. Because you already made the move for Luka Doncic. You got the gift, right, of getting the number one pick in the NBA draft, and there's generational talent there in Cooper Flagg. I thought that would at least buy Nico Harrison this season. Eventually, there would be a day where it wasn't going to work and he was going to get fired. But at least this season, right? You were starting to try to put lipstick on the pig. Yes, you don't have Luka, but you have something new that's exciting, and you have a team on paper, even though they've been injured right now, that was supposed to be a good team. But Nico Harrison was sent packing today. So let me just say this. It was the right move, but I thought, honestly, the day after they traded Luka, I know you can't do that because then why did ownership sign off on this? I thought they should have fired him that day. And it is arguably, I'm not going to say it's the worst, but it's one of the worst trades. Social media, no one ever agrees. It's either you're right, you're wrong, you're right, you're wrong, you're right, you're wrong. It's usually split 50-50. When you were on the wrong side of when everyone is against you, it's got to be the lowest thing in the world. Because 99.9% of people that were on social media, and I know you could say, that's not the exact number, but you get the point. They hated the trade and they despised Nico Harrison. And, right, with his ties with Nike, the only people that defended him were people that used to have relationships with him from Nike. That was it. That was it. No one actually thought this was a good move in getting rid of Luka Doncic when you were just coming off an NBA Finals appearance, you dummy. So, here we are today, where Nico Harrison is out as the president of basketball operations, general manager of the Dallas Mavericks. He's done so. It was inevitable, even though it was inevitable after getting the number 1 overall pick, and after people thought you were going to be a good team going into the season, even with all the injuries, even I was surprised that it happened today. Now, Chris Persian, and I want you to do some checks and balances here. And feel free to, call me out if this stuff is not true. Did you see the other night that kid that was wearing the Luka Doncic Lakers jersey that was sitting courtside with Patrick Dumont? Did you see this at all?
Absolutely, yes.
Right?
Do you know who the kid is?
So I don't know who the kid is, but the story that I have, and I knew that you were, I knew that you were going to know everything, and you're going to have some interesting wrinkle to this.
I'm a sicko.
Yeah, well, yes, that is true. You know what? You may have been one of Barbara Bottini's burners back in the day. No, I'm just teasing. But you probably were in the weeds with Barbara Bottini back in the day. Brian Colangelo's wife, who was following me in Philly and tweeting everyone that was in the involved with the Sixers media with all that stuff in the burners. But anyway,
those were normal callers.
Yes. Good job.
Find a new slant, dude.
Wow. How old are you?
23.
23. How long ago was that? I was still in Philly.
I want to say that was 2017. Was it way earlier?
Yeah, no, that sounds right. 2017, 2018. Probably in that time frame. Because I remember I went to that press conference and I put Josh Harris on skates, as our old boss, Spike Eskin said, because I asked him if they would bring back Sam Hinkie. And he knew he couldn't say no, but he also knew he couldn't say yes. So there was verbal diarrhea from the mouth of one Josh Harris. But anyway, you'll fill in the specifics in a second. But the way that I read the story is that kid flipped off. It's Patrick Dumont, right? He flipped him off, and then his dad said, the next time we go to a game, you need to go apologize. And I guess he went and apologized, and then they sat next to one another. And in that moment, Patrick Dumont revealed to the kid, whoever the kid was, wearing a yellow Luka Doncic jersey that's a Lakers jersey, while at a Mavericks game, right? That was a Mavericks home game because Nico was getting fired, Nico Chance, while he was sitting there in his seat at home. And the owner admitted to the kid, yeah, we messed that one up. So who was the kid, by the way?
And just to add an extra layer of clarity,
what did I miss?
The Bucks. So they were not playing the Lakers. Like the Lakers had nothing to do.
Sure.
This kid really showed up to stick it to.
Well, the kid's a Mavericks fan. And
exactly.
And he's upset that Luka Doncic isn't there, so he's making a statement. I don't fault him for that.
So the kid's last name is Dickinson. His dad's name is Bill Dickinson, and he is like a locally famous car dealership owner. So he's on TV all the time doing ads.
Yeah, like Bill Dickinson here. Come get your car for, $33 cheaper than anywhere else in the Dallas area.
Exactly. So that gives you a sense
Dickinson
of maybe why
deal.
this kid's courtside so often and able to have these conversations on a nightly basis. I was going to say, though, here's my wrinkle. After finding out, one, that his dad is a car salesman, it doesn't get more on the nose than that. And two, that this was the first game that the Mavericks have not sold out since the trade.
Oh, really?
I feel like that kid may have been a plant. They saw that the game wasn't a sellout. They were like, wow, this is affecting the bottom line. Let's get a story going and let's do this up and get everyone back on our side. Because now it's like, oh, the poor owner got scammed into trading Luka, and he just wanted to do what was best for the city.
So you bring up a good point. The owner ultimately signed off on the deal. Like, even if Nico Harrison, and Shams Charania has said this, he was the one that called Rob Pelinka. He was the one that initiated this. He was the one that said, hush, 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 hush. But even if I walked to Rob Pelinka, and let's say I was Nico Harrison and was like, hey, Rob, give me Anthony Davis, a first-round pick, and whoever the other player was that they got back for him.
Christie.
Yeah. Even if we verbally agreed, before that gets sent into the league, I got to go talk to my owner. Because if I just send it in on my own, or however that process goes, and I don't consult the owner, you're out of a job that day. That second. And we're talking, this was a trade when it was made. Everyone thought Shams was hacked. Everyone thought this was an onion tweet. Everyone thought this was fake news. And it was reality. So the ownership signed off on the deal. Still, even if Nico was the one that was leading the charge, even if this truly was all Nico, the ownership could have said, do you want to keep your job? Because if you want to keep your job, you walk the F out of my office and you would call back Rob Pelinka and tell him there's not a deal now, there's not a deal tomorrow, and there won't be a deal ever. We're never trading Luka Doncic for at least 5 years. That's what could have happened. But the ownership, they approved it. So I don't totally dismiss and exonerate the ownership from any blame, because it's like if Chris Persianen said to me, hey, I have a great idea. After the show tonight, we're going to go out to New York City and we're going to go streaking in Times Square. Like if Chris Persianen said that to me, I would look at Chris Persianen and say, you think that's a great idea? I think you're going to get arrested. I think you're an idiot. I think you're a moron and a dope, and I'm not allowing you to do that. So ownership, right, that ownership group could have said, no. They allowed, from my understanding, Nico Harrison to execute his plan. Sometimes I would say, hey, you hire a guy to do a job, let him do his job, and if the results work, he keeps his job. If the results don't work, you get rid of him. But when it's a top 5 player in the league, when it's a guy you just went to the NBA Finals with, you ask Nico Harrison, is everything good at home? You ask Nico, do you have any problems? Because you're talking crazy suggesting this to us. And we're not letting you do that. Now, I will say, it is hilarious, though, the optics, that this leaks out yesterday. Then you do have the kid sitting there.
This is what I'm talking about. Do you remember when we were talking about how this was all connected to a casino?
Oh, yes.
Now look at the PR.
And the Mavericks are going to get moved
to the lasting image of the owner, Patrick Dumont, talking to this kid, heartfelt, one-to-one conversation. The kid's dad slings cars for a living. This is classic showmanship.
I don't know how much I buy it, but I do find it funny how the way that I understand the story, that kid flipped off Dumont at some point. It wasn't last night, but he flipped him off at some other game, and the dad goes, next time you could you imagine being that rich? Where you flip off the owner of the team, and you go, next time I take you back to those bougie seats that we have, you walk up to the owner. Like you could get to the owner still, even if you're sitting courtside, and you apologize, and then the owner sits you down and he goes, yeah, kid, I messed up. So they knew yesterday, right? The game was yesterday, right? Or was it 2 days ago? Yeah, yesterday. They knew yesterday that they were getting rid of Nico Harrison. So I think you could be onto something where I think maybe the dad communicated to the owner, maybe their friends, hey, I want to teach my son a lesson. Can you talk to him? And then maybe the owner saw, he shows up in a Luka jersey. I'm getting rid of Nico tomorrow. Let me at least humanize a moment here, make a human moment and say, I'm basically out. You were right. We were wrong. Nico's out, and we're going to make this thing right. And sometimes in business, you make the wrong move. But yes, it doesn't so it's like 2 + 2, and you're trying to tell me it's 5 when I know it's 4.
I'll close with this.
I'll take how you got there, but I have a lot of questions about it.
I'll close with this. When Pablo Torre drops that the kid was sitting in the 13th row before he was mysteriously upgraded to courtside by some promotion funded by some company that doesn't exist, let me know. Because I just this is a little too good, man. This is a little too good. The middle of you said, it's 10 games in.
It's good PR.
10 games in.
Yeah. Well, they knew that they were going to get rid of him at some point.
So then you let him draft, you let him handle an offseason, you let him sign players.
Even Nico couldn't mess this offseason up. You got gifted the number 1 pick. You got gifted that. Who is he going to take? Ace Bailey? You knew who you were taking right there.
And if you have the number 1 pick coming in, and I know this touches a little bit more to football with the number 1 pick and it being a franchise quarterback, but when you have the number 1 pick coming in, don't you want to bring them in to some stability? Instead of, hey, by the way, get to know this guy really well. You're never going to speak to him again.
But here's the thing. Here's why what ultimately could have got him fired. They clearly care about optics. So think about this. Last year, I understand the fans chanting fire Nico. This year, even when you get the number 1 pick, you would have thought that would have begun the healing process. Clearly, there's still no healing process. So if you're sitting there, you're on the team, and you're like, wow, these fans, after getting the number 1 pick when we were gifted it and having a good they still hate this GM. Anytime we lose, this is what it's going to be. That's why you pull the rug out from underneath them. It's just my guess. Zach Gelb here with you on the Infinity Sports Network. We'll take a timeout. When we come on back, Joey McGuire takes a shot at Notre Dame. Should Notre Dame have to join a conference? We'll get into all that when we return. Update time first. Here's Zach.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
Well, this report is brought to you by Advantage Gold. Defense wins football games. The same could be true when it comes to protecting your retirement. Learn more about Advantage Gold today. Text GOLD to 85545 now and request your free gold investment kit. Visit AdvantageGold.com for terms, message, and data rates may apply. Travis Hunter's rookie season is over. He underwent surgery on his knee and should be able to return to football activity in 6 months. It seemed as if it was only a matter of time of when, following the Luka Doncic trade today, the Dallas Mavericks fired GM Nico Harrison with the team off to a 3-8 start. The fans' chants of fire Harrison never stopped since the stunning deal last February and hit a crescendo last night in a loss to the Bucks, the final straw. The Thunder have been just as strong to begin their title defense, winning 10 of their first 11. They'll take on the Warriors, who have been struggling with a tough early schedule so far. The Knicks, a game and a half off the Eastern Conference lead, go for their 5th straight tonight against the Grizzlies. And in college action, Louisville hosts Kentucky. Both have won their first 2 games of the season. I'm Rich Ackerman.
The fun continues on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network.
The Defensive Player of the Week is brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. This week's player is Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez in Saturday's 29-7 win over the Cougars of BYU. Rodriguez had 14 tackles, an interception, and a fumble recovery. Let's get to this Joey McGuire stuff. So it's interesting to me. They'll have the second installment of the college football playoff rankings revealed later tonight on the ESPN. And Joey McGuire, who I like a lot, we've had him on the show more than a few times, was a legendary high school coach in Texas. When Matt Rule got to Baylor, he was able to pluck Joey McGuire away from the high school game to the college game. McGuire then stayed a year after Matt Rule went to the Carolina Panthers on Dave Aranda's staff before Joey McGuire ended up getting hired to be the head honcho at Texas Tech. And going into this season, there were big expectations for Texas Tech with the money that they spent, and we were going to see if they could meet those expectations. So here you are, where Texas Tech had a huge victory on Saturday up against BYU. And Joey McGuire yesterday, while talking about the win and all that stuff, elects to take a shot at Notre Dame to kind of prop up the opponent that he just beat in BYU, because BYU wasn't independent before joining the Big 12. Here is the coach of the Red Raiders, and Joey McGuire.
I have so much respect for BYU. I do, man. I was really excited whenever they joined the Big 12 because I think that they carry a lot of weight and a lot of respect. I think that I have a lot of respect for them entering a conference and not playing an independent schedule like other people. Y'all already know who that is. And so I have a lot of respect for that. I mean, they're earning their right just like everybody but a couple of people in the nation are earning their right through conference play, and playing in some really tough places.
So he's praising BYU. But what he's really doing is he's basically just being passively aggressive at Notre Dame. Here's what I would have respected more from Joey McGuire, who once again I like. I'm going to go the Stephen A. Smith route here. But why not just name Notre Dame there? Why not just say, I respect BYU compared to Notre Dame, who doesn't join the conference? And also, Notre Dame made the college football playoff last year. And did they look at a place in the college football playoff, right, as an independent? They got in. This wasn't like years ago when they made the national championship game and they just got abused and dragged up and down the field for 4 quarters up against Alabama. They got in. They beat Indiana. Okay, if you want to say Indiana's not this big-time football program right last year, okay, sure. Then they beat Georgia. Then they beat Penn State, and then we're down big up against Ohio State, came all the way back to lose by a score. So this idea that Notre Dame doesn't earn their way, I don't love it. And also, let's just do this real quickly. Because don't get me wrong, the Big 12 has done a great job in saving their conference. The Big 12 has, your mark, he's done a really good job where the Big 12 isn't where the Pac-12 is. Where that conference, I know that they're coming back, but the way that we knew it in the Power 5 landscape, they died. And now they're going to be considered in the G5. So let's just look at Notre Dame's schedule compared to Texas Tech and BYU, and I'm doing this on the fly. Right? Because joining the Big 12, you earn your way, and you play the best of the best. And, Notre Dame, they just beat up on all these easy-peasy schools. So Notre Dame's schedule, Miami, A&M to start the season. Then they play a Big Ten team in Purdue. They then play an SEC team in Arkansas. They then play Boise State, who was in the playoff last year. Then they play an ACC school in NC State. Then they play USC. Then they play Boston College. Navy, they got Pitt, who's in the top 25 this weekend. Syracuse and Stanford, right, with the whole partnership that they have with the ACC. Texas Tech schedule. Arkansas Pine Bluff. Is that even a school? Kent State. Oregon. State. Like, that's who they started off the season.
Who from what? What is he from?
Arkansas Pine Bluff is 3-6. Kent State, 3-6. Oregon State, 2-8. Then you play Utah. All right, great program. Love Kyle Whittingham. Then you played Houston, who's having a good season. Then you played Kansas, Arizona State, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, and BYU. Is it really that much different than when Notre Dame played? And I like the Big 12. The Big 12 is better than the ACC, in my opinion, right now. But Notre Dame this year played Miami, A&M, and USC. I know what you're going to say. They lost to Miami. They lost to A&M. So they would have lost to those Big 12 schools. They lost by 3-1. Now, let's look at BYU's schedule. Portland State, 1-9 are the Vikings. Oh, this is fun. Stanford, the Cardinal, are 3-7. East Carolina, solid program, 6-3. Colorado, oh yeah, they're real special this year, 3-7. West Virginia, 4-6. Arizona, 6-3. Utah, 7-2. Then Iowa State, who's 6-4. And then obviously Texas Tech. Big 12, though, you really earn your way. You're a conference I like. I like the Big 12. I said before the season, I'd rather be the Big 12 than the ACC. But you're taking a shot at Notre Dame, and let's just be real. We could sit there and bitch and complain and be like, yo, Notre Dame's weak. Notre Dame's lame. Notre Dame, they're not really in a conference. Hold up. The playoff right now is designed to get Notre Dame in. So I know people are saying, oh, well, did they really earn their way? Blah, blah. The playoff is, let's have an honest, it's designed to get Notre Dame in. You're telling me if BYU was such a strong brand on independent, that if they could have a spot guaranteed them each and every year, they'd be joining the Big 12? No. Of course they wouldn't have been joining the Big 12. Even Texas Tech. If Texas Tech could be an independent and could get in every year, guess what? They would be. Texas Tech has to join the Big 12. They have to be in the Big 12. BYU has to be in the Big 12. Notre Dame's Notre Dame. They don't got to be. That's what happens when you're a legacy brand. And let me tell you something. If we put Notre Dame in the Big 12, I think Notre Dame could make you a 2-bid league, right? I do. And I also think Notre Dame could win the Big 12. You telling me Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price and C.J. Carr wouldn't be good in the Big 12? And I like the Big 12. I'm a fan of the Big 12. I have gave so much praise to the Big 12. You could praise BYU for joining a conference without slamming Notre Dame. But let's be real. Texas Tech and BYU, you would sell your soul to be Notre Dame tomorrow. Actually, screw tomorrow. Today, right now. It's 354.33. You do it at 354.36. You'd already be sold to an independent Notre Dame. Danny Kanell next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Infinity and beyond.
He's live. He's nationwide. This is the Zach Gelb Show.
Alrighty, hour number 2 of our radio program. It is the Zach Gelb Show, coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. We'll get to Danny Kanell in just a second, but one more time, we were just talking about this. This is Texas Tech head coach Joey McGuire taking a shot at Notre Dame while trying to hype up the team that he just beat in BYU from over this weekend.
I have so much respect for BYU. I do, man. They're I was really excited whenever they joined the Big 12 because I think that they carry a lot of weight and a lot of respect. I think that I have a lot of respect for them entering a conference and not playing an independent schedule like other people. Y'all already know who that is. And so I have a lot of respect for that. I mean, they're earning their right just like everybody but a couple of people in the nation are earning their right through conference play, and playing in some really tough places.
You can check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football week 12 lines. Let's go out to the hotline right now and welcome in one of the best voices in the business covering college football, and that is our guy, Danny Kanell. Danny, what's happening?
I am clapping for Joey McGuire. What's up, Zach?
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. I love Joey McGuire. But, it's not as if Notre Dame's not playing anybody. It's like Texas Tech, when they play Arkansas Pine Bluff this year, when Notre Dame opened up the season with Miami and then followed it up by A&M. Come on.
So my thing, not cheering the schedule, cheering about him trying to pressure them to join a conference. That's why I'm cheering, because you know who I want him to join. I want him to join the ACC, because that potentially could save the ACC from probably disbanding, which is probably going to happen in the next 5 to 7 years, right? The ACC, I don't know how they survive the big picture of where the sport is moving. If the Notre Dame would come to the ACC, I think that could be that brand that they've been so desperately seeking for so long since Oklahoma and Texas went to the SEC. Here is the thing, though, and Notre Dame fans, they think I hate them. I get that all the time, like, oh, you hate Notre Dame. No, I want you to come to the ACC.
I hear you hate Notre Dame, by the way. You despise them.
Here's why I hate them. Here's why I hate them. Because they can do it, because they're Notre Dame. Like, they get away with it because there's no penalty to be independent. Like, they still have access to the college football playoff, which we saw last year, because they had there was only one loss, but they had an ugly loss to Northern Illinois, and they still got in. Then not only do they have access to the playoffs, they have one of the best systems going because they can keep all the money to themselves. So when Ohio State wins a title, and I think they got $20 million, they have to divvy it up between the whole Big Ten. Notre Dame gets the whole check. They get every bit of it because they're independent, but they can get away with it. They have multiple TV deals. It's because of their brand. So deep down inside, I'm probably jealous that Notre Dame can do that, and that's just the reality of the situation.
And this is the ironic part. I have a lot of respect for the way that the Big 12 saved their conference, unlike the Pac-12. I have a lot of respect for Joey McGuire, knowing his story. With that being said, I would have loved to have been in that media room yesterday, and I would have loved to have said to Joey McGuire, hey, if you could be Notre Dame and be an independent and have an easy path into the playoff each and every year, you take it in a second instead of probably being in what most years is a one-bid league where maybe, just maybe, if all hell breaks loose, you could get 2 bids in from the Big 12.
Yes, no doubt about it. He probably would definitely would, because not only does Notre Dame have access, they get a bye every year. They don't have to play in a conference championship game. There is a likelihood that is not crazy that these two teams, Texas Tech and Notre Dame, could meet in the playoffs. You talk about adding some spice to that one. That would be made for, like, if there was a script of college football, that's what I would be trying to script right now, as a Texas Tech Notre Dame matchup in the first round of the playoff, and it actually could happen. So we'll see how that works out, but it's definitely a hot topic for sure.
And not only that, I think it would be great for the sport. But remember last year, like, Franklin was basically holding his nose up high about, where they're at and how Notre Dame should join a conference, and then Notre Dame beat Penn State. I would probably, right now, if you said, without the comments, Texas Tech plays Notre Dame, I take Texas Tech. After those comments from Joey McGuire, I wouldn't bet against Marcus Freeman if they met in the first round of the playoffs. And I would love for that to be a Notre Dame, because all those nice Notre Dame fans would turn into a bunch of a-holes.
Oh, yeah, they definitely would. I hear from them all the time. My favorite part of it, though, is Marcus Freeman was asked about it. He did not take the bait. He just said, all I'm focused on is beating Pitt, which apparently that is not what Pat Narduzzi is focused on, beating Notre Dame. And his comments, which for some reason he put out there, he doesn't care if they get blown out 110-10. He doesn't care because it doesn't matter. He wants to win the ACC, which is a very interesting mental mindset going into a game where you have College game day in your backyard. It's a huge opportunity for your school. You're a really good football team, and you're like, it's not that big a deal. We don't need to win this one. We want to win the next two. I've never heard a coach with that approach, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for Pat Narduzzi. It was just kind of out of pocket. Like, I don't know where it came from, and I don't know why he made it. Maybe he's trying to do some mental mind games with Notre Dame to get them thinking they just have to waltz in and show up. But that was one of the more intriguing comments I heard from yesterday as well.
Danny Kanell here with us. So for Notre Dame, I think this is their last regular season test. And I thought going into the year, Pitt was criminally underrated with 2 All-Americans, right? Then they had the quarterback change. Now they're starting to put lipstick on the pig and save their season. They're still alive in the ACC. But if you look at Notre Dame, you win this game, you'll beat Syracuse, you'll beat Stanford, you'll be back in the college football playoff. How much of upset alert should Notre Dame be on for this upcoming weekend?
I mean, they are, 11.5-point favorite? Like, so I don't think the odds makers are too worried about them, but this is a team. So Pitt's a little bit banged up on defense, but they are coming off a bye. So, like, I do feel pretty good about them. And if I was Pat Narduzzi, I would be pointing out what you just mentioned. I would be telling people, because we're able to do this with a committee. They are undefeated since they made the change to Mason Heichel, and he has been a difference maker. The guy, I saw him against Florida State. He threw 300 yards and looked like a seasoned veteran. For just a freshman to be doing that is phenomenal. But, yes, I think, the one place in college football that has been interesting is usually on the road are those spots. Like, this is at Pitt. It will be a crowd that will be pretty loud. I wish it was at prime time. It's only at noon, so that's kind of diminishes that a little bit. But I would say there's a 65% chance that Pitt could pull off this upset if they play clean. And the one thing that we don't really know is, because Notre Dame has been blowing through these opponents, this will be one of the best teams they've faced since the other two that they played, which they lost to. Like, that's the one thing that bothers me about Notre Dame is they lost their first two games of the season. They were 0-2. They come in ranked at 0-2. By the way, the AP ranked them even though they were 0-2 because they were so enamored with the losses. And I think that if I'm Mario Cristobal and if I'm Miami, I am pounding the table saying, well, we only lost 2 games. We have won all our other games. And if you just had lost those 2 at the beginning of the season, you'd be saying we've won all these games in a row. Like, to me, the calendar is one thing that is definitely going against Miami. But you mentioned Notre Dame in the playoffs. They go 10-2. There is a scenario if Miami can close that gap enough, and we'll see tonight if they're able to close, because they were 8 spots away from Notre Dame in the initial one. And the reason they were so far away and couldn't jump Notre Dame is because they weren't even in the same vicinity. If they get in the same pool of like 3 teams, I do wonder what the committee will do with that head-to-head, because they're supposed to honor head-to-head in the regular season, where Miami could make a pretty strong case. They have to win out, but if they win out as well, and by the way, they'll have a common opponent because Miami still plays Pitt in Pittsburgh on the same field. If they beat Pitt by more than Notre Dame does, I think you've got a pretty compelling case to say, all right, if you want Notre Dame in, fine, but you have to take us too from the ACC. So there's still some intriguing storylines to unfold here in the final 3 weeks of the college football season.
If I follow social media correctly, Danny Kanell, G5 hater, by the way, Danny Kanell. Let me ask you, because you're the expert on the G5 from everything that I see on social media. Do you think it's USF's spot tonight because of that head-to-head argument where they would beat out North Texas because they beat them by like 20-something points?
Yes, and I have always been a Group of 5 fan. In fact, in 2017, I was leading the charge for UCF to get an opportunity. They were undefeated. They were right there. They beat Auburn in the bowl game. Like, it was a team that had beaten Alabama. Like, I was totally fine with them being co-national champions. I thought they should have gotten a spot. But it's only because they were undefeated and I felt like they were worthy. I don't think it makes much sense to guarantee a Group of 5 spot every single year in the college football playoff. This year's a good example of where I think my argument is going to get more noise if it is USF, because USF would have 2 losses, and guess who one of those losses would be to?
Miami.
We were just talking about Miami, a team that they lost to 49-12, and you could have South Florida in the playoff, Miami sitting at home watching with the identical record against a tougher schedule, and it's like, what are we doing? But here's my out, because I also think, so I think they should have to be ranked top 16, top 15, somewhere at least close. Like we saw last week, it was so weird because Memphis NR not ranked next to their name, but they had to put one of them in. That's the other thing. USF, they might not be ranked. They might just be the highest ranked, so they might be NR in front of their name, or it's 25. Here's where I think the caveat comes in, where I think I have a little bit of support. Do you realize Duke could win the ACC? They're still right there because their 4 losses are all non-conference. 3 of their losses are non-conference. So there's still 1 loss. They're atop the ACC ratings. If Duke wins the ACC with 4 losses, I would say the same thing to Duke.
Sure.
Sorry, you're not ranked in the top 16. You're not even close to the top 12. Thanks for coming, but you haven't earned a spot. So it's not just the Group of 5. I mean, clearly that's the one that probably has the most issue with it. But, like, if USF doesn't win, then it goes to James Madison because they could win the Sun Belt. They've only played 1 Power 4 school, and they lost to Louisville by 2 touchdowns. It's just So, like, it comes up because I think it'll be the group of 5, but I would say it would be any conference. If you're not ranked in the top 16, let's just use that number arbitrarily. I mean, you could say top 12 if you really wanted to get, but then you'd have a Big Ten SEC, invitational, which it kind of already is. But that would be like, I think that's a criteria you could put in to protect yourself from having some of these 4-loss, Power 4 teams or 2-loss group of 4 teams.
Danny Kanell here with us. So I have an Alabama future. I took them to win the national championship, only future I made before the season started. With that being said, they've been awesome ever since losing to Florida State right out of the gate. They play Oklahoma this week. I'm not a believer in Oklahoma, but I look at the spread and I'm like, Alabama's only a 6.5-point favorite. Is Oklahoma alive this weekend to pull off the upset against the Crimson Tide? Because I'm feeling that this game's going to be closer than what people think.
So I'm not that concerned. I'm with you. Now, here's the thing that is interesting, is Oklahoma's defense could make this competitive. Their defense is really good. R. Mason Thomas, we saw what he did at Tennessee a couple weeks ago. He had the strip sack and the fumble return for a touchdown. If that happens, this will be a game because Alabama's offensive line has been a little bit of a liability, and they have not been able to run the football. But the other thing is I don't trust Oklahoma's offense. Like, John Mateer was the hot name, and he came in there and he beat Michigan. Man, then he had the thumb surgery, and they were ready to put up the statue of the doctor because he came rushing back after 17 days. You haven't heard much about that doctor since then because he's been squirrely. But here's the thing. Against the game against Michigan, he had multiple passes that should have been intercepted. They just didn't get caught. Like, they were just – he kind of got lucky. He's a little bit too much of a loose cannon for me. He is not great. Even in the game against Tennessee, he really didn't play that great. So I think Bama should be able to have their way. I think Ty Simpson is playing as good as anybody. I think he'll find a way to put up some points. So I actually feel pretty good about Alabama against Oklahoma this weekend. As long as it's under that touchdown, I think they will win by a touchdown or more.
Texas and Georgia, what do we see from Arch and Sark this weekend in their last stand?
So this is another one, and I don't like backing all these favorites in college football because we see so many upsets, but these two home favorites I actually feel pretty good about because I almost feel like the teams they're going against have been a little bit overhyped, right? Like, where everyone's real excited, and I am too, because I feel like I've gotten on the Arch Manning train and taken a ride or a roller coaster, and I feel like I've played it pretty well. Because the beginning of the season, I was like, I don't see it. Like, I don't think they're going to be national champions. I said, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. And then, of course, they lose a couple, and I'm like, thank goodness I didn't ride that. But I said, after he lost to Florida, I was like, don't give up on him yet because he's got to figure things out. And then he's been playing better. And so all of a sudden he's playing better. But this is a team still that was taken to overtime by Kentucky. They had to come back from 24 down to Mississippi State, who's not very good. And as much as we love the Vanderbilt story, that was a pretty comfortable win that they did win, but they almost blew the lead. Like, this is a bump up in competition and a bump up in a defense that Kirby Smart will have ready to go for Arch Manning in Athens, which is one of the toughest places to play in all of college football. I think this could be a game where Arch struggles again. Like, and it's like, what do we do? Which I think will be completely normal. Like, I think the time to really get after Texas and buy them as a national championship contender is coming into next season. I think they're just a year early. The expectations were way too high, but I do think this will be a night he could struggle some. But even saying that, the most surprising stat of any of them is Georgia is last in the SEC in sacks. They just don't pressure the passer. They only have 11 on the season, and they had 3 this past weekend against Mississippi State. Like, but I still think they'll be able to pressure Arch, make him uncomfortable with some coverages. I think the receivers will be a little bit tighter covered. So I still think it could be a long night for Arch. So I like the home favorites there too.
Danny Kanell, if you had to take a stab at it, who's coaching your Seminoles next year?
Am I allowed to say Mike Norvell, or do you not want me to say that?
You can. I don't think he's coming back. I think they're getting rid of him.
I think we're just stuck with him. Like, I really do. And I don't like saying that because I have a tremendous amount of respect for him, and I like him. I root for him. But you know better than anybody, it's a bottom-line business. And speaking of the bottom line, that's the issue Florida State has now because we don't have $50 million sitting around or a billionaire booster that's willing to cut a check. So I think as much as the fan base would like to see a change, and a lot of people would say we need a new direction, it's been 7 years. I mean, it's been a long time. I just don't know if Florida State has the appetite to swallow that pill. Now, if they lose out which, they play Virginia Tech. They should win that one. I think the Gator game probably is big because that's one you should, that line will be fascinating, though, because it's probably around a pick. And Florida might even be favored. But let's say they finish 2-2 to finish the season, which that includes the loss to Clemson, and they're 6-6. I mean, that's a rough look, but I think it'll be just, you know what? It is what it is. I think it's just they just are not in a great situation financially.
Let's say you're a team like the Jets and you could draft a quarterback in this upcoming draft in April, and you have Mendoza right there, Dante Moore, Ty Simpson. Who would be the guy that you would want the most if you're an NFL team hungry for a QB in this draft?
Well, I'm a Dolphins fan, and I've been trying to tell the Dolphins to flop for Fernando. That's what I want to see. I want to see them flop to the finish so they get a better pick so they could take Fernando Mendoza. I do think he's a step above the rest. I think Ty Simpson is playing himself into a late first-round pick, so it kind of depends on where you go. Like, I don't know if I would reach on Ty Simpson in the top 10, although that's what everybody does. Recent history is reach for quarterback, so maybe he plays himself into that. And Dante Moore, I think Dante Moore needs another year of school. Like, I'd be a little bit nervous about selecting Dante Moore. He has first-round talent written all over him, and the throw that he made to Malik Benson, that he threaded the needle, like, perfectly, and that drive was really impressive. But he's still been a little bit inconsistent. And by the way, Oregon can probably make him the highest paid if Arch Manning isn't at Texas. Like, he can make $6 million, $8 million in college next year. What's the rush? Go back, really secure yourself as a top 3 pick and potentially win a national championship at Oregon. So I think you got the right order. But I think for me, it would be Fernando Mendoza first, Ty Simpson if I had a later, back end or second half of the first round, and Dante Moore. And now if he finishes strong and they beat Washington, they beat USC, and he just lights it up, I could change my tune. I just feel like he needs another year.
You should make a T-shirt, flop for Fernando. I haven't heard that one yet. That's pretty good.
I know. I thought so, too. And it's the fish, like the Miami Dolphins are fish. I need to sell that thing down
You
in
make
Miami.
that T-shirt. You could maybe, and I like Mike Norvell, you could maybe afford his buyout, though.
That's right.
Last thing for you, the Lane train. Is it staying in Oxford, Mississippi, or is it going to Baton Rouge?
I think it's impossible to figure out Lane Kiffin. My hunch tells me he's staying. I think he likes being the center of the conversation right now. In fact, yesterday, he's been asked more about it, and he just doesn't. Like Brent Key at Georgia Tech, I don't know if you saw his comments. He was like, cut me open and see what color I bleed. Like, their Georgia Tech fans are like, we don't even have to give him a raise. He's not going anywhere. And Lane just always kind of dances around, and he doesn't say much. I watched the documentary on him that ESPN did. It was phenomenal. I feel like he's happy. I feel like he's putting a priority on happiness now with his family. But I still wouldn't be shocked if he's in Gainesville or if he's in Baton Rouge. But if I was betting, I wouldn't put a lot, but I would say he's going to stay at Ole Miss.
He is Danny Kanell. You can check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football week 12 lines. Danny, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Zach. Have a good one.
You got it. There he is, Danny Kanell, one of the best of the business talking college football. We'll take a break. We'll come on back. We'll update you some of the biggest stories in the world of sports with some audio. We'll do a news brief next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Time for your daily news brief. We get you caught up on the rumors, reports, and reconnaissance from the day in sports.
So really controversial decision last night between the Green Bay Packers and the Philadelphia Eagles. It didn't end up burning the Philadelphia Eagles, but it almost did, even though they were playing on the frozen tundra that is Lambeau Field. But the Eagles, with 33 seconds to go, had a 4th and 6 at Green Bay's 35. They were up by 3. They didn't want to kick a field goal because, right, it's a 50-something yarder, and it was windy last night and frozen at legendary Lambeau Field. So could they have taken a delay a game, then snapped the ball from a 40, and then punt the ball out at, like, the 10-yard line? And then you had no timeouts for the Packers, I believe, at that point, so they had to go the length of the field or have to go 50, 60 yards to get into field goal range. I guess that's a possibility, but the Eagles went for it on 4th and 6. Here is Nick Sirianni afterwards explaining his decision to go for it.
I would have liked to be in a little closer to kick a field goal, but the closer we would have got, the more, again, you play every situation a little bit differently, but I think it was into the wind on that one. I knew the kick would have to be a little bit lower trajectory of a kick on that particular one. I got a lot of faith in our offense. It didn't work out on this one. We just didn't get it. But the decision, I stand put on that decision. Especially being up 3, because you go up 6, they're still going to need a touchdown, being Hail Mary, everything like that. So we would have ended the game if we would have got that, and I got a lot of faith in our guys to be able to do that.
I don't care how much you believe in your guys. That's an idiot. Just an idiotic decision. Punt the ball now. I don't care if you have the 35-yard line. Punt the ball in the spot. I get it. You're so close to the end zone. Directional punt the ball and put the ball out at the 8-yard line or something like that. I just don't get it. I saw Bill Calarulo, who does a show on 97.5 The Fanatic in Philly. He is claiming that multiple sources told him that Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, they went rogue on that deep shot play. Still, even if they went rogue and that wasn't the play call, why are you going for it in that spot? It makes no sense to me. Jalen Hurts has a lot of praise for the Packers defense.
I'm proud of how we competed. I'm proud of how we weathered through and persevered. I think we showed great resilience throughout this game, and that's a hell of a team we played. It's the best defense we played all year.
All righty, let's get to the offense of the Green Bay Packers. Sure, the Packers defense is great. The offense, not so much. Here is Matt LaFleur on the offensive struggles that we all saw on Monday Night Football.
When you look at it, like I mentioned, just a lot of those situational ball, we just weren't clean and had, whether it was penalties, there was a drop there on a 4th down. I'll always look at myself first and foremost. Are we putting the guys in the right plays?
And let's also hear from Matt LaFleur. He admits that the offense is officially in a funk.
I think that's something that obviously we're struggling with, finding the right solutions right now. So we got to take a long, hard look at that and come up with a better plan. Bottom line, you score 7 points in this league, you're probably not going to win many games. So that's give them a lot of credit. I thought they did an outstanding job.
Now, here's the thing. I know who Stu's football team is. They're the Las Vegas Raiders. Chris Persianen, who is your football team, just wondering?
Big Blue.
Oh, you're a Giants fan? So you guys have the history, but you've been dog bleep recently?
Yes.
But you would take, if I just told you on the surface, a coach that could take you to a 72-36-1 record, right?
That sounds pretty snazzy.
Stu, let me ask you a question. Would you take a coach right now for the Raiders that could be 13-3, 13-3, 13-4, 8-9, 9-8, 11-6, and so far to start the year 5-3-1?
That sounds pretty good to me, yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. It's a reason why you're a Raiders fan, right? When you are a fan of the Green Bay Packers, you expect a Super Bowl. And Matt LaFleur so far, he is 3-5 in the postseason. His regular season, he's been sensational. At the end of the Aaron Rodgers era, they weren't able to win another championship. And so far with Jordan Love, yes, they've been to the playoffs for 2 years, but they are 1-2 in those postseason games. Do you guys think it's fair to put Matt LaFleur on the hot seat? I'll start with you, Chris Persianen.
I would say yes, 100% fair. And I know that is not necessarily a shared opinion. I know some people think, hey, he's earned the right to be out of those discussions. Forget, how hot the seat is. He's earned the right to remove the heater entirely from underneath the chair. I would say that it's in the little things. And this is not some grandstanding comment about, well, I have the games on my television and I put on the all 22 after in the bathtub. It's more about
you gotta love those losers, right? But when you're not a former football player and you're one of these analysts, I watched the all 22. Oh. Good for you.
Why didn't he just throw it over the top of the defense? Why didn't he just throw it? No, but so seriously,
hopefully you get electrocuted when you watch the all 22
a few too many times. I think LaFleur's cost them a few too many games. I think it's in the moments, in the split seconds, in the tough. When the going gets tough, the tough have got losing. And that's what Matt LaFleur's been up to.
Stu, do you think it's fair for Packers fans to be saying Matt LaFleur should be on the hot seat?
I do. It's another full year of Jordan Love. You signed Josh Jacobs last offseason. You traded for Micah Parsons this offseason. I think they've got to at least make an NFC Championship game, if not more. And if you don't, like you said, is one of these great franchises that expects more and they deserve more.
Yeah, like if you're a fan of the Falcons, the Browns, the Jets, right, the Panthers, you take Matt LaFleur's record. But you're a Green Bay Packers fan now, you expect the Super Bowl. And this right now is a disappointing season for the Packers. Let's go to Jordan Love, the quarterback. Jordan Love was asked, does he believe Matt LaFleur could turn this offense around?
I mean, I got a lot of trust in Matt. You know, that's something that's not wavering at all. You know, I've been with Matt since I got here. I know exactly what he's capable of, what the whole staff's capable of. So that's not anything that's wavering. Like I said, it just comes back to all of us, players, coaches, everybody, finding ways to improve and get better.
And let's get one more from Jordan Love and the recent offensive struggles.
Obviously, it's disappointing. It's frustrating, but it's a long season, and we'll find ways to improve. I'm very confident as an offense we'll find ways to get back to being great, putting up points and helping the defense out, but it's frustrating. You know, I know as a defense, you know, they definitely have every reason to look at us and say, what are you guys doing? You know, you guys need to figure it out and help us out, put us more points because they're doing a great job. So it's frustrating, but, you know, we'll stay together. We'll keep the energy high and find ways to get better and be better as offense.
Amy Adams Strunk has stunk as the owner of the Tennessee Titans. And I am wearing a Patriots hat today. And my football coach, my leader, speaks, and we go to war. Mike Vrabel and Mike I trust. Amy Adams Strunk, I don't like you. You don't want to talk to my football team. You don't want to negotiate with us at the deadline. Shame on you. You're a rotten owner. We don't even want your crappy players to begin with. Here's Mike Vrabel on Sports Radio WEEI on the reports out there that the Tennessee Titans, because of Mike Vrabel, were not interested in doing any wheeling and dealing with my six-time world champion New England Patriots.
There was a report last week that the Titans owner, Amy Adams Strunk, was unwilling to talk trades with this team. Is that accurate, or is that just nonsense?
I haven't talked to Amy since the day she fired me. So her name and my name should not be in the same sentence together because I haven't talked to her since the day she fired me.
Now, I don't think it's surprising that they haven't talked since you got fired. But when you say my name and her name shouldn't be in the same sentence, I love that from my football coach and Mike Vrabel. All right, let's get to Mike McDaniel. Have you guys ever heard of the Elbow Room, by the way? The Elbow Room is a very famous bar down in Florida. You saw that the Florida Panthers were there celebrating the last 2 years when they won their Stanley Cup. I guess when the Elbow Room has a Dolphins game up against the Buffalo Bills, Bills fans take it over. So Mike McDaniel, after getting, I believe, what was his third victory on the season, he wanted to go troll some of those Bills fans that usually celebrate at the Elbow Room. And Mike McDaniel was seen with his fancy schmancy watch and in his fancy schmancy car, and the window was rolled down. And this photo was out there of Mike McDaniel, and he was asked about it in his press conference.
I live in that area. AI is real. That's what I got for you.
Okay. One of the things that stood out to me about the game was that...
No, for the record, I did not answer it. That's the punchline of the humor.
He's an interesting fella. That's all I'll say on Mike McDaniel. Real quickly, rapid fire. Let's go around the room here. Ack, I want you to have a name too. Who replaces Brian Daboll? If you take a coach, take a guess. Who replaces Brian Daboll as the next head coach of the New York Giants? Stu, we will start with you. Just give me a name.
Joe Brady.
All righty, Joe Brady, the Bills' offensive coordinator. Chris Persianen. Who replaces Brian Daboll as the head football coach of the New York Giants? The G-Men.
Jesse Minter.
Okay. Act, do you got a name?
Jeff Hafley.
Jeff Hafley. Peter Schrager even threw that name out there
really?
today.
Right.
Yeah. He said, watch for maybe Jeff Hafley. And there was one other name. I forget who the other name was.
The other guy I said this in the newsroom earlier today. I think it's too much of a long shot because he's a little young, but he was a Giant. Davis Webb.
Interesting.
I like that one, huh?
I haven't even thought about it, if I'm just going to be honest with you. I ended up going with Jesse Minter as well. Giants legend, Carl Banks. You could have given me, 50 guesses on who the Giants should hire. the name that Carl Banks said, I would have never, ever have guessed it. This is on the Believe in Giants podcast across the great Believe Network.
Matt Patricia is one hell of a defensive coach. Just put that name in the back of put that feather in your cap and just hold on to it. And I'll guarantee you this much. If you set Matt Patricia down on a couch, he could tell you man for man how he would develop every position. He would go by every player. He could look at this team right now and tell you how he would incorporate Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Brian Burns on a down-for-down basis. He would articulate that to you, and he would probably give you 5 different schematics of how they would work together and have success and be disruptive. I'm just saying, if that name is out there and you want a good defensive coordinator, something that's in the vein of Spags, Belichick, Perry Fuel, you want somebody like that? Matt Patricia knows how to bring numbers. He knows defensive math. He teaches his players defensive math, and he won't be easy.
If you wanted Matt Patricia to be the defensive coordinator of the Giants, I could live with that. The head football coach? At that rate, why not just hire Belichick? I'm being serious. You're going to hire Matt Patricia, who was 13-29-1 with the Detroit Lions. Like, good defensive coordinator. Horrible head coach. I'd rather hire Belichick at that rate if I were the Giants. All righty, let's go to Pat Narduzzi. Hey, Notre Dame, Pitt, big game, right? What do you have to say, Pat Narduzzi?
Absolutely not. It is not an ACC game. I'm glad you brought that up. It is not an ACC game. I gladly get beat 103 or 110 to 10 in that game. They can put 100 up on us as long as we win the next 2 after that. But again, our focus is on Notre Dame and getting as many wins as we can.
He was asked, is that a must-win up against Notre Dame, by the way? And finally, Jedd Fisch, the current coach at Washington, he goes off on all the rumors surrounding him, right? Washington just lost to Wisconsin when Wisconsin didn't even have 50 passing yards in the game. So there was a lot of speculation that maybe Jedd Fisch was trying to leave Washington and his family doesn't love the area. Jedd Fisch sounded off on those rumors.
I would say those lists are made by people that have no idea what's going on. Honestly, they don't know what's happening in our program. They have no idea how excited I am about the youth in our program. They have no idea how excited I am about the fact that we're playing 6 or 7 true freshmen, and the ridiculousness of people that want to claim that because my wife and daughters are living in Arizona, because I have a 16-year-old who's been in 5 different schools in the last 8 years to finish her high school, has anything to do with my decision, or the ridiculousness of just putting my name on a list just to do it. Only that does affect recruiting. It affects our team. It affects our staff. And my hope is that our players, our coaches, our families understand how much we love it at Washington.
So there you go. That's from Jedd Fisch, the head football coach at Washington. That's a news brief. We'll take a timeout. When we come on back, we'll get on the latest on the NFL MVP race as 3 candidates have really emerged. Update time first. Here's Zach.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
And it's brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance, who protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Jaguars rookie Travis Hunter will miss the rest of the season after undergoing surgery for a torn ligament in his knee. Fortunately, there was no further damage, and he should be able to resume football activity in 6 months. Asante Samuel Jr. signing with the Steelers practice squad after being cleared following a spinal fusion procedure. The Mavericks pulled the plug on Nico Harrison with the team at 3-8. It's amazing he's lasted this long. The trade of Luka Doncic was grounds for dismissal itself, and the fans' ire since that day never stopped culminating in last night's loss with chance of fire Nico. The Thunder are off to the best start in the league, opening their title defense with wins in 10 of 11 and will host the Warriors tonight, while the Celtics and Sixers meet in Philly. Already the 3rd time this young season the 2 division rivals are meeting. The Knicks have won 4 in a row and host the Grizzlies. Kentucky and Louisville renew their fierce interstate rivalry when they meet tonight at KFC Yum Center. Both have won their first 2 games. The baseball's Managers of the Year will be announced later this evening. I'm Rich Acker.
Hey, it's Perloff from the Maggie and Perloff Show. Get all your sports talk here on the Infinity Sports Network.
Always available on the free Odyssey app.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network.
This portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. I had a poll question yesterday. Right now, who should, not who will, but who should win the NFL MVP? Drake May, who has led the resurgence of the New England Patriots, Jonathan Taylor, who leads the NFL in rushing yards and rushing touchdowns, or Matthew Stafford, who is leading the NFL in passing touchdowns. Let me ask this question to Stu Kovacs. Right now, who should, not who will, who should win the NFL MVP?
I think it's Matthew Stafford. I think the Rams are one of the best teams in the league, and I think he is having, if not his best, one of his best statistical seasons. And I just think it's a quarterback award. Even if Jonathan Taylor puts up these amazing stats, I think it's going to go to a quarterback, and probably shouldn't. I think he'll get offensive player of the year, but I think Stafford would be my pick for MVP right now.
Chris Persianen, who would be your pick for NFL MVP right now?
It would not be in what has become the spirit of the award, but it would be in what should be the spirit of the award, which is the most valuable player in the National Football League. That should be pretty straightforward, right? So give me the guy who's the most valuable player this season. You can't give it to the entire Colts O-line. I'm going to give it to the best player on their team, Jonathan Taylor.
Here's what's interesting. And I love Jonathan Taylor. Anytime he comes on this show, it is a wonderful conversation. And also, Jonathan Taylor, he is a blue cheese guy over ranch guy, most importantly on his chicken wings.
Great take.
And he was the one that explained to me, because we were having such a great conversation. I said, ranch or blue cheese? I got to ask you. I hope it doesn't ruin our friendship. And he said, blue cheese. He goes, I'm a Northeast guy, though. He goes, Northeast guys, I've learned, are blue cheese guys. Down South, they become ranch guys. So, I'm a huge fan of Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor's sensational. Jonathan Taylor this season is the best running back in the NFL, period, stop. Now, you get into the most valuable player conversation, though. The last 2 weeks, Daniel Jones has not played well. But up until the last 2 weeks, Chris Persianen, couldn't you make the case that Daniel Jones was the MVP of the Colts, even though Jonathan Taylor was the best player in the Colts? Couldn't you make that case up until 2 weeks ago?
Yes, but I do think the strongest foundation.
It's very tough to argue with you, by the way, because you have such a smooth voice. Like, your voice is just very calm and relaxing. And I'm sitting here, and I'm like ready to go to war with you and punch you. And you're just like, well, you make a good point here. But, Daniel Jones and Jonathan Taylor, you're very relaxed today.
I'll follow that theme.
Puff, whoever sits in that chair, you never know what they're puffing on. Usually it's Stu over there. So I don't know if Stu Stash, you may have done a little 5-figure discount on Stu Stash.
Well, the chat seems to think so. I got a comment earlier calling me Seth Rogen Jr. So to go along with that, I guess I'll disagree with you in a calm way, Zach. I think Daniel Jones, you could make an argument, right? The same way that I could make an argument right now that the chili at AutoZone is superior to any other chili out there. But that wouldn't be a good argument. Yeah, that's you never seen the bits, whereas you never seen Harlan doing the read where it's like, go get the.
Oh no. Chili, AutoZone, like the car place?
Yeah, it's like a running bit. There was a Harlan live read that he like bungled, and he was talking about going and getting the chili at AutoZone or something like that.
Yeah, all I know is that Kevin Harlan, a great Westwood employee, he loves himself some Zach Gelb. A great Westwood One employee that Kevin Harlan is. I know that he is a big fan of Zach Gelb.
The guy is drunk.
That I know. Put on a bra, right? Or take off the bra and be a man.
I'm wet. I'm dirty.
What was that, Kevin? Sorry, one more time. I kind of missed you there. You want to play?
Stuff all over the place.
Oh, jeez. What's in your folder?
Don't worry about it. But yeah, so anyway, your argument would hinge on the MVP award being primarily a quarterback award,
Yes.
which I think is silly. So then, therefore, I think your argument is silly. So I would have to say it should go to Jonathan Taylor because we got to be the change we want to see, Zach Gelb.
So a non-quarterback has not won the MVP since Adrian Peterson in 2012. That's a long time ago. Peyton Manning, hold on. Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Cam, Matt Ryan, Tommy Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not. Like, the question was, who should win the award? You're entitled to that opinion. I'm going Stafford, though, because of the fact the guy is 37. He was basically the back which supposed to derail his whole season, and he leads the NFL in passing touchdowns while playing in the NFC West, which is a much better division than the AFC South. It's a crummy award because of this. To your point, it's heavily weighted on quarterback play. But in order to make my argument for Stafford, I have to treat it as if Jonathan Taylor's a bum, which he's not. And quite frankly, you know what? It's going to sound, because I'm wearing a Patriot hat, like I'm being a homer. You look at Jonathan Taylor, right? That offense is him, Daniel Jones, Tyler Warren, Michael Pittman Jr., that offensive line. You look at the Rams, you got Puka, you got Kyron Williams, you got Devontae Adams. Who's Drake May got? Like, if we wanted to do value, who Drake May got? Kayshawn Booty, who's been out for 2 weeks?
Pop Douglas,
Stephon Diggs with Cardi B. Like,
I like how we treat Cardi B like an injury. He's got Travion Henderson adjusting to the league.
Let me tell you. You think Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce was big at the Super Bowl. Wait till we see Cardi B and Stephon Diggs walk into the Super Bowl. You think Goodell's going to allow WAP to be played at halftime of the Super Bowl? Zach Gelb here with you on the Infinity Sports Network. I don't think there's a wrong answer. I really don't. I'm not going to call you an idiot more and a dope for saying Jonathan Taylor. I'm not going to say you're an idiot more and a dope for saying Drake May. I'm not going to say you're an idiot more and a dope for saying Matthew Stafford. Now, we had about 15,000 people chime in on this. 27.8% say Matthew Stafford. 28.9% say Drake May. 43.3%. They say Chris Persianen. He's right. Jonathan Taylor. That's who we're going with. Persianen, I think Shep's rubbing off on you with how smooth that voice was.
You could be listening in your car.
Yeah. You know, David Shepard here, Infinity Sports Network. Chris Persianen coming on back. More basketball talk next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
To infinity and beyond. He's live. He's nationwide. This is the Zach Gelb Show. Here's your host, Zach Gelb.
Alrighty, hour number 3 of our radio program. It is the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network. We will get to overreaction, proper reaction in just a second. But first, there is a coach out there. Here is his tweeting history. On July 16th, he had his own tweet. It was of Batman, and he said, #buckle up. Since then, he's had 2 retweets. And then he tweeted today, and there is a there is a Brian Daboll connection. There is a Brian Daboll connection to this guy. He is a coach. He is not tweeted regularly and then just so happened to have a tweet today a day after, and maybe it's just a coincidence, I don't know, but he just went to social media about 3 hours ago to issue a tweet. Do you know who the coach is that I'm talking about, Chris Persianen? He is a current coach. Could have some beef in the streets with Brian Daboll. You want to take a stab?
Wink.
Stu?
Is it Pete Carroll?
It is not. Why would you think Pete Carroll?
I thought he tweeted something like that during draft day.
No. It is Wink Martindale.
Wow.
The defensive coordinator of Michigan, former Giant defensive coordinator, that had that little brouhaha with one Brian Daboll in their exit.
That last slice of pizza, man.
By the way, the day that Wink Martindale left the Giants or were fired from the Giants, I forget how it did go. Do you know he was in the airport? He was in the airport. I missed him by 10 minutes. I am coming off the plane. I want to say it was after Michigan, Ohio State, maybe? Which is ironic. I want to say it was then. Hey, Stu, do me a favor. Look up when Wink Martindale got fired. That wasn't in season, though, so it wouldn't be after Michigan, Ohio. I don't think that was in season.
The article came out on January 9th, 2024, that he was spotted at the airport.
Maybe I was coming back from the national championship game. Maybe that was national championship game 2 years ago.
That game was on January 8th.
Which then I'd be coming back on the 9th. Yeah. I was coming back for the national championship game. And I saw Kenny Albert in the airport. And I innocuously, since I know Kenny, just said hello. And I was on the phone with my mom, catching up with my mom, and I said, Mom, I gotta go. I gotta say hello to Kenny Albert. I said hello to Kenny Albert. Ack then comes in the next day. Ack and Kenny Albert are lifelong friends, right? They went to I think NYU together. Ack goes to me, heard you saw Kenny. He goes, did you see who Kenny saw while you saw him? And I said, no. And it was Wink Martindale in the airport that day. And Wink was talking to Kenny 10 minutes prior to I saw Kenny Albert, and I missed him by 10 minutes on the infamous airport sighting. So Wink Martindale and Brian Daboll had a controversial ending, and it just so happens that Wink Martindale tweets for the first time since July. #buckle up with 2 Michigan Wolverine logos. So is that just, he's tweeting something about Michigan? Or is that hey, Coach Daboll, you out the door. Checkmate on you. Just something I'm asking. All righty, let's get to on a Tuesday, a little overreaction, proper reaction. We get it rolling in 3, 2, and 1.
Another football week is complete, which means it's another week to freak out about your favorite team. Which takes are truly crazy?
But sometimes a game can be so bad, it's almost good. You know what I'm saying? No.
And which are so crazy, they might be right.
He's 6'5", he's 245 pounds. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Zach lets you know in this week's edition of Overreaction or Proper Reaction.
Stewie, where are you? It's time to do overreaction, proper reaction now. We got to workshop that. That's not that
a little bit, but that's all right.
Stewie, do. All right, let's get to it.
All right, last night the Eagles, they topped the Packers in a defensive struggle on Monday Night Football by a score of 10-7. Jordan Love passed for just 176 yards, while the Eagles had just over 200 yards of total offense if you take away their 4-play 80-yard touchdown drive. Green Bay is now 5-3-1 on the season, while the Eagles, their offense overall has sputtered as they rank in the bottom 10 in the league in both total yards and passing yards, and they are 21st in rushing yards. Overreaction or proper reaction, neither the Eagles nor the Packers will reach the NFC Championship game.
Packers will not. I think the Eagles can. So neither the Eagles nor the Packers will reach the NFC Championship game. So they believe in Philly. They don't believe in Green Bay. The Eagles would qualify to then make this an overreaction.
All right, after moving on from Brian Daboll yesterday, the Giants are in the market for a new head coach following this season. While numerous names have been brought up, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, he brought up two interesting candidates.
General Manager Joe Shane will not only stay on as GM, but run the search. Among the names I would keep an eye on as the Giants, let's say, potentially look to kind of regain some of the greatness of the Tom Coughlin era. I would say Steve Spagnuolo and Antonio Pierce, two head coach candidates. Both guys they will look at.
Overreaction or proper reaction, Antonio Pierce or Spags would be a good hire for the Giants.
I think Spags deserves another shot. I think he just may be too old to be a head coach again. Like, if that hasn't happened after all those years of success and all those championships with the Chiefs, that he hasn't got another shot, is it going to happen now? He wants it. We've had, we're a show that we get good guests on after big performances. Can't say that for every show. But Spags joins us every year after they win the Super Bowl. And Steve Spagnuolo has made it clear to me numerous times. He joked like, hey, it's a tradition unlike any other. You guys win a Super Bowl. You interested in a head coaching job? And he always says yes. And he doesn't end up getting one again. So he's 65, will be 66 after this season. I don't think he's getting hired. Antonio Pierce, do you think he got a raw deal with the Raiders, Stu?
I don't. I don't think he's a very good, game management type of coach.
Mm-hmm.
So I think unless you surround yourself with some really, really good assistants, I don't know. I just don't view him as a good coach.
I would prefer Spags over Antonio Pierce if I'm the Giants. Now, both are Giants legends. But Antonio Pierce or Spags would be good hires for the Giants. I don't think it's really what you're looking for in 2026. So I would go overreaction.
The Falcons blew a lead and fell in overtime against the Colts on Sunday in Germany. The loss drops them to 3-6 on the year after an 8-9 season last year. That, of course, they came into the last season with Kirk Cousins and playoff expectations. Overreaction or proper reaction, Raheem Morris will be fired after this season.
Absolutely should. Now, Arthur Blank, he usually is loyal to those coaches, but I don't see why you would be loyal here. You picked this guy over Bill Belichick. They have all this talent. They celebrated like they won the freaking Super Bowl after beating the Bills, and what have they done since? They haven't won a game since. So I tweeted this out on Sunday. Coaches who should be fired. The tight end job is already open. Mike McDaniel, Brian Daboll, and Raheem Morris. We know Daboll was sent packing on Monday. So I stand by Mike McDaniel being out and Raheem Morris being out. And then I said coaches whose seats should be on fire, but who knows what the team will do, Zach Taylor and Kevin Stefanski. I think Stefanski will get fired. Taylor, I'm still on the fence about. I think it could be 50-50. I think he should be fired, but I don't know if the Bengals will. But the question here is, Raheem Morris will be fired at the end of the season? Absolutely, he should. And I even think someone that's usually patient like Arthur Blank will realize, he made a mistake. A team has this much talent. They should have a better record than where they're at right now. So proper reaction.
For the most part, Thursday night football games have been a mess this season. This was even more magnified this past week, where the Broncos, they beat the Raiders 10-7 in a game that had more penalties than first downs. Well, former NFL head coach John Gruden joined Get Up Barstool yesterday and made his thoughts clear on Thursday night football.
Let's start with Thursday night football, man. What a treat it is. No preparation, no time to recover, no chance. Get rid of these Thursday night games. Dump them. It's not fair to the players. It's not fair to the coaches. Who goes out and tries to perform at a high level with no preparation? Dump these games.
Overreaction or proper reaction, it would be better for the quality of the sport if the NFL got rid of Thursday night football games.
I think the show is called Wake Up Barstool, by the way. Get Up is the ESPN show.
Yeah, it's Wake Up Barstool.
It's not a big deal. It's fine. I heard Get Up Barstool. I go, isn't the name of the show Wake Up Barstool? So that was just me. But anyway, to Coach Gruden's point, let me tell you what, man. That John Gruden. It would be better for the quality of the sport if the NFL got rid of it. Absolutely. These Thursday night games suck. They blow. But with that being said, we know the NFL likes isolated spots. We know the NFL likes money. We know the NFL doesn't care about player safety. So it would be better for the quality of sport if the NFL got rid of Thursday night games. Proper reaction. Do I think it's ever going to happen? Absolutely not. But it is a proper reaction with the way the question was worded.
Titans rookie quarterback Cam Ward has already been sacked 38 times for 295 yards in 9 games this season. putting him on pace for 72 sacks for a loss of 557 yards. Now, to put that into perspective, the NFL record is 76 sacks that Texans quarterback David Carr took as a rookie in 2002. And the amount of yardage lost, 489 set by Eagles quarterback Randall Cunningham in 1986. Overreaction or proper reaction after this disastrous season, Cam Ward will already be ruined as a franchise quarterback.
Like, after this year, you think his chance of being a franchise quarterback is shot?
Yeah.
I can't say that. I'll go overreaction, but I will say Amy Adams shrunk. She has stunk as an owner, so she probably won't turn it around. And now you're fighting my head football coach and Mike Vrabel. I don't like that. Do I think she'll get it right? No, but I can't say that right now. He's already ruined after 1 year. But I don't think they're going to really turn around all that much. So after this disastrous season, Cam Ward will already be ruined as a franchise quarterback. I think that's too early to say, so I will go overreaction.
Browns Chief Strategy Officer Paul DePodesta.
Say that 10 times fast. Paul DePodesta. Oh, jeez. It's a tongue twister.
Well, he has now departed the Browns, and he is the new Colorado Rockies president of baseball operations. In a recent interview with the Denver Post, DePodesta was asked about the Deshaun Watson trade, where Cleveland sent 3 first-round picks to the Texans and more, and obviously gave Deshaun a fully guaranteed contract and said, quote, "We all own that," end quote. Overreaction or proper reaction, the Deshaun Watson trade is the worst trade in sports history.
I have to go overreaction, and here's why. It's pretty bad. Babe Ruth is the worst trade in the history of sports. That's the first one that I think of. Also, which trade is a worse trade? Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson? Oh, that's right there. So I would say it's Deshaun because they gave him the fully guaranteed contract. But man, that's like, you ask a 2-year-old, would you rather have asparagus or broccoli? I want a big fat donut. I don't want asparagus or broccoli. So the Deshaun Watson trade obviously is a horrible trade, but the worst trade in the history of sports, no, I got to go No Nunette with Harry Frazee and Babe Ruth and all that stuff. So that is a overreaction.
It has been a disappointing season for Kentucky football as they are now 4-5 with games left against Tennessee Tech, Vanderbilt, and Louisville. If they don't win at least 2 of those 3 games, it would mean 3 consecutive losing seasons for Mark Stoops after previously having an 8-year bowl streak. Despite the regression, former head coach Steve Spurrier says that he doesn't think that Kentucky will fire him, citing that he doesn't believe that they want to pay his buyout. Overreaction or proper reaction, Mark Stoops will be back at Kentucky next season.
I think they should split. I think Mark Stoops has been a heck of a coach. He had 2 10-win seasons at Kentucky. I just think it's time to try something else. With that being said, I think he's going to be back next year. I think there's a lot of jobs open. Kentucky's not a premier job, so who are you really going to get? Sumrall, right, was one of your own. He's probably going to go elsewhere inside the SEC. So if you get Sumrall, different story. If you can't get Sumrall, I think you keep Stoops because I just don't know how much better you're going to be able to get. I do think they will inevitably split, but right now there's just too many jobs open and Kentucky's not a major player. So I think not because of merit, but more so probably just because of what the market is right now that Mark Stoops will be back at Kentucky next season. That's a proper reaction.
All right, last one here. Mike Norvell's days at Florida State seem to be numbered as the Noles are now 1-5 in ACC play following their 24-10 loss to Clemson over the weekend. However, when talking to the media yesterday, Norvell made it clear that he still has the highest of expectations going forward.
I'm fully aware the outside narrative around our team is not good. Around me is probably not good. That's fine. That will not affect, right, the job that I'm going to show up and do. Right, the job I'm going to show up and do is I'm going to pour everything I have into this team with a championship expectation, right, for us to go grow and be better. And why I can say that? Because I've actually won a championship. I've done that. And we're going to do it again. And we're going to do it here.
All right, overreaction or proper reaction, Norvell will remain at Florida State and get to a college bowl playoff.
So, Tommy Bowden, he joined us a few weeks ago, and he said, hey, Florida State doesn't have the money. Norvell's going to be back next year. Danny Kanell said the same thing. Hey, we don't have the money. He's going to be back next year. Isn't the AD coming on out and saying, hey, he's going to be our coach through the end of the season, saying boosters, pony up? I think they'll get the money by the end of the season. I don't think Mike Norvell's going to be back to start the 2026 football season for FSU. So then you ask me, Norvell will remain at FSU and get to a college football playoff berth? I don't think he's remaining there. And even if he did, as much as I like Mike Norvell going back to his Memphis days, and he's been on this show a lot, I think that ship has sailed of him getting Florida State to a college football playoff berth. So I'm going to go overreaction there. All righty, that's overreaction, proper reaction right here on the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network. We will take a timeout. When we come on back, how will the committee rank the 12 teams in the college football playoff tonight? I will give you my answer next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
This is the Zach Gelb Show on the Infinity Sports Network.
All right, it is the Zach Gelb Show, coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. The college football playoff rankings installment number 2 will be coming out later tonight. I will give you my predictions in just a second. But first, let's go to Cincinnati. Lee in Cincinnati is calling into the show. Lee, good evening. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, but I'm just so glad you took my call because I've tried to talk to other people in the South who seem to be totally oblivious to reality. And what I mean by that is this. The fact that LSU, okay, they did what they did with Brian Kelly, not trying to pay his buyout. So tell me, and I don't think I'm being stupid about this by being treated like an idiot from a lot of other people, but tell me if I'm right, Zach, because you're from the North. And you have a great mind on your shoulders. So tell me this. All right, LSU signed a contract the same way that Brian Kelly did. LSU does not like the job that Brian Kelly was doing, so they fired him. But they still had the buyout in there, okay? They had to buy out his contract, and now they are balking on that. Is that not legally wrong? In my opinion, it is. Do I like it? No. Did they have too much or too big of a buyout with them? Yes. Do I think it's going to change the way that coaches' buyouts are done from here on out? Yes, but that doesn't make a bit of difference because, in my opinion, LSU right now is turning it back and saying to other coaches who might want to go there, who they might want to hire, hey, we don't honor what we say. Contracts mean nothing. We'll sign whatever the heck we want to.
Here's the tricky part. So On3 had a good tweet about this. Pete Nako has obtained a copy of Brian Kelly's lawsuit against LSU. Kelly's attorney are seeking a judge to confirm Kelly was fired without cause. If LSU can prove his dismissal for cause, the institution would not owe the buyout. So this comes down to, was there cause or was there not cause in the firing? So I don't think this was, hey, you're just a crappy football coach right now. We're getting rid of you. There's a lot of other rumors out there that I don't know if any of them are verified when it comes to morality and things like that, where he may have been fired with cause. So that's where I'm at, and thanks for the phone call, Lee. I don't know what the truth is, so I can't really comment on it, and I usually hate when sports becomes a litigious situation, but is he getting fired with cause or without cause? What is it? And right when he got fired, they said, they agreed on a negotiated buyout. Right? That was one of the reports out there. That obviously has been disproven. So where did those talks kind of break down where we're at this point? So I don't know what is true, what is false here. This is going to go to court. This is obviously going to get interesting. We'll see what's going to happen. Now, as it pertains to the status of LSU in the future, I don't care what the governor of Louisiana says in the now. You know, they have the new AD, even though the president made it very confusing if the new AD was actually the new AD because they ripped off the interim tag, in that whole situation. LSU still is a great job. It is. And if Lane Kiffin, right, who is king right now at Ole Miss, says, I want to go to LSU, then guess what? He's going to be the next head football coach of LSU. John Sumrall, if they offer him the job, he's going to take it, right? There are names out there, and there are good names out there, that they will still take the LSU job for one reason and one reason only. They'll put up with all the chaos and all the sloppiness that has happened in the last year or two because they know that program since 2000 has three different coaches that have won national championships. Nick Saban, Les Miles, and Ed Orgeron. Go Tigers. So I still think that LSU could get a big name in there. And also, Brian Kelly doesn't have the greatest reputation in the world, where I think a coach could say, okay, they didn't treat Brian Kelly right. Well, that may be because Brian Kelly's just a massive pain in the ass. So I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to say that makes the LSU job, which it's sloppy right now, as a job that's still not the best job on the market. Because, in my opinion, it still is the best job on the market. All righty, at 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight, the second installment of the college football playoff rankings are to come on out. This is what I think is going to happen. Tonight's rankings, I think they're going to look like this. Ohio State's going to be number 1. Indiana's going to be 2. Texas A&M is going to be 3. And then Alabama is going to be 4. The Crimson Tide. Alabama. So those will be the 4 seeds that will be getting buys. I then think, and Jody Mack, I think, was right on this, because of the fact that USF dominated North Texas and beat them by 27, even though right now North Texas has 1 loss and USF has 2 losses, I think USF is going to be not ranked in the top 25. But I think that because you have one G5 school getting in, USF's going to be the G5 school tonight. Memphis did go down last week. So you will have USF be going up against number 5, Georgia. Then I think the Yellow Jackets of Georgia Tech, with Virginia falling, are going to claim that ACC spot. So Georgia Tech will be the 11th. They'll be going up against 6 seed Ole Miss. Then in at number 10 will be Texas. And Texas will be going up against 7 seed Texas Tech. BYU, who was in the top 12 last week, will be out because of their loss to Texas Tech, as I have Notre Dame 9 at Oregon 8. Let's skip around the room here real quickly. USF at Georgia. If that was the opening round playoff game in a 12-5, I'm assuming we would all take Georgia to win. Georgia by how many points would be the question. Stu.
Georgia by 21.
Okay. Chris?
Is this a spread guess or a call your shot on the final score guess?
Just call your shot on the final score.
33. Georgia by 33.
Okay. So Miami played USF, and that game was 49-12. So that was 37 points. I was going to say like 35. Yeah. They beat them by at least 30 points. Okay, so that would be not a good first-round game. You know, just a hot take there. Sizzling. Georgia Tech at Ole Miss. If that was the matchup. Haynes King at Ole Miss with Trinidad Chambliss. Who do you think would win the game and by how many points?
I'll say Ole Miss by 7.
Okay.
I was going to say Ole Miss by 17.
Ooh. Okay. Haynes King is a dog, even though he's a Yellow Jacket. But last year, up against the Dogs, he took him to 7 overtimes. This would be Ole Miss. Ole Miss dominated Georgia this year for the first 3 quarters. Then Georgia dominated him in the 4th. I actually think Georgia Tech would be alive in this game. I would say Ole Miss gets a field goal late to have them win the game by 10. I'd say it's a 7-point game, and then Ole Miss gets a drive late to get a field goal, but I think they would be alive. I think that would be a game where like the spread would be 13.5, 14.5. I'd plus the points on that. All righty. Texas at Texas Tech. Who do you think would win that game? Stu.
Texas by 3.
Ooh. Joy McGuire. He's probably saying, Texas is in a conference. Notre Dame is not in a conference. I have respect for Texas. I have no respect for Notre Dame. All righty. Chris. Texas,
Man,
Texas Tech.
I'm similarly to Stu. I'm not so confident either way here, but I will say I'm pretty sure Texas. So I'm going to say Texas by 5.
I'm going to take Texas Tech to win that game if those two teams didn't match up. Arch Manning has struggled under pressure this year. I know he's been getting better as the season did go along. Rodriguez and Bailey is one of the best duos in the country in terms of playing defense, and that would be a home game for Texas Tech. Did you guys see that environment up against BYU? It was like if a country club and a frat party had a baby. Texas Tech was the offspring with that environment that we got to see on Saturday. All righty. Notre Dame 9 at Oregon 8. If that matchup were to be to tomorrow, what would the score be? Like, who would win the game by how many points?
Notre Dame by 4.
Okay. Chris.
Is this the playoff is tomorrow? Or
Yes,
this is their
playoff
playing
tomorrow.
Regular in the playoff?
Yeah, 9-8.
Notre
Playoff.
Dame by 8.
Now, it's going to be curious to see if DeCorian Moore is going to be back. That'd be one. I don't think Oregon is as bad as the way that people are talking about them. But with that being said, they lost to Indiana by 10, and Oregon was home. What do I trust the most in this game? I asked myself, what do I trust the most? Like, I trust the Oregon defense more than Notre Dame defense. Quarterback play, I kind of trust C.J. Carr more than Dante Moore. But what's the unit that I trust the most in this one? And we're thinking this is a physical game, right? Notre Dame, Oregon. Dan Lannon's walking off the field up against Iowa. That's Big Ten football. Well, Notre Dame is built like a Big Ten team. They're built off the run game first with Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. I would say Notre Dame would win the game, and I'd say that Notre Dame would probably win the game by like a field goal. I think it's close. I think it's a razor-thin margin. But I think that physicality is what would win out. So if the playoff were to be tomorrow, your buys would be, and this I think it's going to project based off my projections tonight. Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, Texas A&M 3, Alabama 4. I think USF would play Georgia 12-5. Georgia would just destroy them. Georgia Tech would then play Ole Miss. I think Ole Miss would just survive. Then Texas would play Texas Tech. I would take Texas Tech. And then Notre Dame would be on the road, and I think they would upset Oregon in a 9-8 matchup. Zach Gelb here with you on the Infinity Sports Network. Let's get an update in. Here's the Act Man, Rich Ackerman.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
And it's brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Travis Hunter has great potential, but his season was derailed by injury. He underwent knee surgery for a torn ligament, which ended his rookie year. He should be ready for football activity in 6 months. Asante Samuel Jr. signing with the Steelers practice squad after being cleared following a spinal fusion procedure. The Dallas Mavericks fired GM Nico Harrison following a 3-8 start, but the end should have come last season when Luka Doncic was dealt to the Lakers. The fan base never forgave him for the drastic shakeup, and the animosity only grew since then. Anthony Davis, the big return in that deal, has played in just 14 games for Dallas. The Suns' Jalen Green is out 4 to 6 weeks with a hamstring injury. Two conference champs are off to extremely different starts. The Thunder go for their 11th win in the first 12 games when they meet the Warriors tonight. The Pacers are at the other end of the spectrum in Utah, looking to improve on a 1-9 start without the injured Tyrese Halliburton and Miles Turner, who moved on. The Kentucky-Louisville rivalry will feature its latest chapter tonight. The two interstate rivals have won their first 2 games and meet at KFC Yum Center. I'm Rich Ackerman.
This is Rich Eisen. Get all your sports talk on The Rich Eisen Show right here on the Infinity Sports Network. Always available on the free Odyssey app.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Hey, this is Howie. And this is Nick. We're the Backstreet Boys. And you're listening to the Zach Gelb Show. And guess what? Zach is back. All right.
He's live. He's nationwide. This is the Zach Gelb Show.
Oh, my God, we're back again.
That's right. It is the Zach Gelb Show, coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. There was an article today by longtime scribe, longtime columnist in Ian O'Connor. And his article was why the Giants of Mike Tomlin would make for the perfect marriage. Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying that the article is wrong. So, Mike Tomlin, you've been with the Steelers forever. You won a Super Bowl. You haven't won a playoff game since 2016. The fans are tired, right, of Mike Tomlin. But the Rooney family doesn't want to get rid of Mike Tomlin, right? They're very loyal. Noel, Cowher, Tomlin. So would it be a horrible thing for the Steelers and Tomlin to both reset? I don't think it'd be a horrible thing for the Steelers. I don't know if Tomlin would entertain it. Now, remember the one time Tomlin really lost his cool with the media? It was when people were linking him to the USC job. And he freaked out. He was like, God, does Andy Reid have to deal with this stuff? He freaked out. That was the only time you really saw Mike Tomlin break character and really have his body just get overpowered emotion where he was just outraged. So anyway, Mike Tomlin, that was a college job. But the last 2-3 years we've done this. Should Mike Tomlin be let go by the Pittsburgh Steelers? And last year I said in the offseason, I know he has 3 years left on his contract. If I'm the Rooney family, I'm going to Mike Tomlin and said, the next 2 years, you either got to find me a franchise quarterback or win a playoff game. If you can't do either, Mike, we love you, but you got to go elsewhere. And don't give me this nonsense that the Steelers can't move off of Mike Tomlin, right? The Eagles once moved off of Andy Reid. Andy Reid did go on to win 3 Super Bowl championships with the Chiefs. The Eagles have won 2 Super Bowls since then. The Patriots at one point, after seeing Bill Belichick win 6 Super Bowls, they did get rid of Bill Belichick. Like, you could move on from a coach, and sometimes it's just time. And it could still work out. Like, yes, did the Patriots hit jackpot right away with Gerard Mayo? No. But Mike Vrabel looks pretty damn good. Did the Eagles hit the jackpot right away after their first hire since Andy Reid? No, it was Chip Kelly. But since then, you know, Doug Peterson and Nick Sirianni have won Super Bowls. So I could understand the argument being crafted. All right, Mike Tomlin, you need a quarterback. Well, the Giants have Jackson Dart. Mike Tomlin, you look at the Giants roster, it's a legendary franchise. You got Malik Neighbors, right? There's Brian Burns on that roster. There's Sexy Dexy and Dexter Lawrence. Like, there are pieces on the Giants roster. With that being said, though, you're in a spot right now where you'll win 9, 10, 11 games a year, and you're in a legendary franchise. You already won a Super Bowl, but you haven't won a playoff game since 2016. Do you want to leave there? And are you going to leave for the Giants where maybe there's a better job out there? But I would imagine, right, Tomlin may not be feeling appreciated by some of the fans, which I don't think the fans are that far off. And he knows, right, even though John Mara has not been a great owner, and we wish John nothing but the best, right, with what he's going through, to be clear. But John Mara has not been the greatest owner. But the Mara name, just like the Rooney name, is a powerful name in NFL circles. So I don't think Mike Tomlin would do it. I don't think it's a crazy suggestion. But I'm at the point where unless the Rooney say Mike Tomlin is no longer the coach, or Mike Tomlin, I guess you don't fax anything in anymore, but sends in his resignation, I'm not going to believe that Mike Tomlin won't be back as the head coach of the Steelers next year. I think it's time for both of those parties to split. I think it's time for the Steelers to try something new, and I think it's time for Mike Tomlin to go elsewhere. With that being said, though, let's skip around the room here. Let's take Mike Tomlin off the table. Out of the active coaches in the NFL, who could you see leaving their current job, whether it's they want out or they get fired, to go and pursue the New York Giants job or maybe another job around the NFL? As you're right, Tennessee's already open and there will be other jobs that do open up. But let's keep this to the Giants here. Current coach that you think could be the next head football coach of the Giants. Stu.
Why not another AFC North coach that has been there for a long time, and that is John Harbaugh.
Ooh.
Now, he has been there since 2008. He's obviously had a lot of success. He won the Super Bowl in 2012. He's made it to the playoffs a bunch of times, including the last 3 years, 6 of the last 7 years. But they haven't been able to get over the top with Lamar Jackson. This year, maybe they bottom out, miss the playoffs. Maybe this is like the perfect time for them to move on, find a new coach for Lamar, And then the Giants would have a good coach in John Harbaugh, who I think they would love to have.
All righty, Chris Persianen, give me a current coach that you think the G-men could be getting, maybe leaving their current gig to go to the swamps of Jersey at MetLife Stadium.
My gut tells me that everything goes against Mike McDaniel here.
Oh, my God. Hold on.
Wow.
I think I'm having a heart attack. Could you imagine that bozo and Mike McDaniel in front of the New York City media? Oh, my God. Boomer Esiason just signed a 15-year contract extension on WFAN in New York because that would be content gold. Oh, my God. Imagine Mike McDaniel with the New York media. That guy is in Florida where the Dolphins media is not that strong. Imagine him with the New York media. Oh, my God. Yeah, that was me out in Central Park with my window down with my watch on and the car window rolled down, trolling those Buffalo Bills fans after the Giants just beat them. Yeah, that was me. Oh, my God. Mike McDaniel. Chris Persianen, you are the idea. We appreciate the idea because that blew my mind. Is Mike McDaniel your answer?
You didn't even let me get past.
No, but it's in this show. It's not me not letting you get out your answer. It's this show. I have been all over Mike McDaniel for 3 years that this dude should not be an NFL head coach. And just the idea of him dealing with the New York media makes my eyeballs, explode out of my cabeza. But continue, sorry.
No, it was. I love it, and maybe there was a little evil to my answer starting out with his name. Maybe there was a little malintent, a little intent to rage bait. One Zach Gelb.
Well, you definitely rage baited me.
Well, with that established, I am going to have to go with someone who I feel like I have to go with them because I don't like this choice, but you guys took the two good ones. And that is not going to be Mr. We're one day closer to death every day. It's going to be DeMeco Ryans, who is someone who is just
Mufasa.
In hockey, you look around every offseason and you go, he got another job. He got another job. There's a little bit of the retread to plucking Ryans away from an undesirable Houston situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't get over the thought that the Giants ownership will talk themselves into an Antonio Pierce-like hire, but not actually make it, and do some half measure that involves, yes, bringing in a retread, but not even getting the franchise legend part right. I see this going the worst way, which would maybe be this way.
Well, if I was a Giant fan and I could get DeMeco Ryans, I'd be doing cartwheels in the street. I think DeMeco Ryans is a tremendous head football coach.
There seems to be some tension with C.J. Stroud. The organization might have to pick.
I don't know if it's tension with DeMeco Ryans. There's something up, though, with the offensive coordinator last year, and then they bring in Caley this year, and it just hasn't worked. I think it's more the line stinks right now, and there's something with every coordinator. I think it's more of a C.J. Stroud problem. I think we overrated him. I think he's good. I just don't think he's great. If the Giants... I don't think DeMeco Ryans would want out, especially because he's a franchise legend with the Texans. And he took that job when he could have got better jobs. But if the Giants could get DeMeco Ryans, oh, boy, if you're a Giant fan, it'd be the happiest that you've been in years.
Heads were another day closer to death.
Mine would be Kevin Stefanski. I think Kevin Stefanski wants to get fired. I think Kevin Stefanski will get fired. Kevin Stefanski, he's a 2-time Coach of the Year award winner. They don't like when I do this in Cleveland. But in Cleveland, right? You go to New York. I understand the Shedeur Sanders fans hate your guts right now, and you should probably play Shedeur Sanders. But you come to New York, I think Kevin Stefanski paired with Jackson Dart could be a good combination. So right now, here are the odds for the next Giants head coach. Anyone want to guess who's the odds-on favorite right now? Stu, do you want to take a stab at this? Who's the odds-on favorite to be the next Giants head coach?
I want to say Lane Kiffin, but I doubt he's number one on the list. I'll go Joe Brady. I'll go Joe Brady as number one.
It is not Joe Brady. Chris Persianen, you want to take a guess? Who's the odds-on favorite to be the next coach of the New York Football Giants?
Is it our guy, Minter?
No. Right now, Mike McCarthy at
my
plus
God.
700. I actually don't think it'd be a bad hire. Mike McCarthy's a good football coach, and it would bring some stability to an organization that needs it. I don't think it's going to be Mike. I don't. Clint Kubiak is at plus 800. Steve Spagnuolo is at plus 900. Lou Anarumo is at plus 950. Cliff Kingsbury, he is 10-1. Mike Kafka is 12-1. Jesse Minter is 12-1. The New York Post, can we get this right? They didn't even spell Jesse right. Jeff Hafley, they spelled him Jeff Hatley. Oh, what is the New York Post doing here? This is pathetic. I get these guys' names right. 12-1. Antonio Pierce is 14-1. Todd Monken, 14-1. Oh, you want to laugh? Robert Saleh, 14-1.
Where's Joe Judge?
Yeah. Lane Kiffin, 14-1. Chucky John Gruden, 14-1. Brian Flores, 14-1. Bill Belichick, 16-1. Joe Brady, 18-1. And the clapper.
No.
Jason Garrett, 18-1. That is according to Ryan Dunleavy, who works for the New York Post, who I like. He floated out Lou Anarumo, and then underneath that, the Giants' next odds. So hopefully the odds are via DraftKings, by the way. Man, they really spelled these names wrong. Jess A. Minter. They spelled it Jesae for Jesse Minter. Jeff Hafley. They spelled Hafley Hatley. Was that AI? Was that some intern? Or was that some dope or all the above? I don't know. But the way some of these companies are hiring these days, it could be all the above. You never know. All righty, that will do it for a Tuesday edition of the Zach Gelb Show right here on the Infinity Sports Network. Chris Persianen, thank you so much. Always a joy to have you filling on in. Stuart Kovacs, thank you as well. Ack, thank you. Big thank you to each and every one of you that called, listened, or tweeted in to the show today. Make sure you follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Zach Gelb, ZACHGELB, or you can get me on TikTok at The Zach Gelb Show. We'll be back tomorrow for a busy Wednesday edition of the Extravaganza. Emmett Johnson from the Nebraska football team, second in the nation in rushing yards, is going to join us. We'll have some other surprises along the way, too. We'll talk to you then, everybody. We out. Bye-bye. Peace.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
It is the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. I'm coming to you live from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you so much to everybody tuned in, everybody listening all over North America. Happy Tuesday. Hope you had a good day. Hopefully you didn't get fired from your job. Maybe you did. Maybe you got the Nico Harrison treatment. Of course, that's the big news of the day. Dallas Mavericks becoming even more of a joke than they were when they traded away Luka Doncic. We're going to get into Nico Harrison's firing in a few minutes. Matter of fact, we're going to have Kevin Gray, who covers all things Mavericks for the DLLS Mavs podcast. He'll be here with us next hour. Man, we found out that Travis Hunter, so much pomp and circumstance surrounding his entry into the NFL. Playing offense, playing defense. He's out for the season. He's had surgery, man. Come on. We'll talk about some Monday Night Football. Eagles and the Packers went out there and, well, not the most exciting of games. 0-0 at halftime. But, hey, how about this? The Eagles, they come out on top. We got Bill Belichick. So many conversations about whether or not Bill Belichick is going to leave. North Carolina enjoying the New York Giants? What? What are we talking about here? Bill Belichick is like, I'm not going anywhere. We got the NCAA college football playoff rankings. They will be announced in a few hours from now, so we'll give you an update there. Brian Kelly, he's not letting up. Looks like Brian Kelly is going to sue LSU. He's like, I want all $54 million of my money. We'll get into that. And then, of course, at the end of the show, we'll talk about a few things that took place this day in sports history. It's been November 11th all day long. You can always listen to this show on the free Odyssey app. You can tune in on your local Infinity Sports Network affiliate. You got Sirius XM. It's channel 375. And if you got a smart speaker, be smart. Ask it to play the Infinity Sports Network. What a day, what a day, what a day. I am in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you so much to our producer helping to hold things down in New York City. Thank you so much holding it down today, Jack Carty. You can always call up the show, 888-710-4ISN. That's 888-710-4ISN. You can find me online. I exist all over the place on the internet. I am at JR Sport Brief. That's at JR Sport Brief all over the place on social media. Jack, good to have you back, man. Thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
JR, it's always a pleasure, man. It's been a while since we've worked together. I missed you, man.
Well, I wish we could hear you, Jack, but I heard you say it was
Yo, sorry, my bad. It's been a while since we've worked together, man. It's pleasure as always.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, it's good to be back here with you. Things not so good in Dallas, Texas. I was in Dallas last week, and it's the quiet before the storm. Because ain't nobody wanted to talk about the Dallas Mavericks. There was not a word uttered about Nico Harrison. And why would there be? Dallas Mavericks, well, they stink. They suck. And we know about the horrific trade that took place early this season. They're sending Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers for an injury-prone, injury-ravaged Anthony Davis. And well, let's just say listen to this news from earlier today on CBS Sports HQ.
We continue to follow that breaking news out of the NBA. The Mavericks have made it official. General manager Nico Harrison has been fired. He's been in charge of the Mavericks for the past 4.5 seasons. He took over in the summer of 2021. Of course, the move comes just 9 months after Harrison infamously traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers. It was a deal that obviously shocked everybody. The Mavs did make the playoffs in 2 of Harrison's first 4 seasons, including a finals appearance in 2024 with Doncic leading the charge. The Mavericks have since appointed Michael Finley and Matt Riccardi as co-interim GMs.
Yeah, but it's absolutely hilarious. Like, you even had the new owner. We know Mark Cuban still has a minority stake in the Dallas Mavericks. But the Dumont family, led by Patrick Dumont, he's pretty much overseeing the entire operation. And this entire situation is a joke. To have a trade like this go down on a Saturday night, I mean, they basically, I can't even say the Lakers fleeced them. Like, it's just, Rob Pelinka must be looking at him going, man, this is the heist of the century. Bringing in a dude, the Dallas Mavericks, he just took them to the NBA Finals. And then 6-7 months later, they flip him for Anthony Davis and play. What are we doing here? Anthony Davis, who also happens to be, 7 years older than Luka Doncic, because Luka is too fat and likes to smoke hookah and likes to drink beer. It's nuts. I want you to listen to Nico Harrison, okay? One of the reasons he said that he made this trade, and it was pretty much a joke. He said he went to the owner, Dumont, and initially he laughed at him about it. Even the owner at the time, who went ahead and defended this move, thought it was a joke.
You said that Patrick Dumont initially laughed at you when you brought him the Luka trade. What did you say to convince him to approve it?
It wasn't really it wasn't really a laugh. It was more of a chuckle. But really it was just, I said it out of the blue. And then as we started talking more, I gave him reasoning behind it. And, we're a very process-oriented organization, and everything we do is without emotion and goes through the lens of process. And so once we had those substantive discussions, then he saw the vision.
Now, he saw the vision. He saw the vision so much that he had to listen to fire Nico chants all last season. Even last night, the Dallas Mavericks now have a record of 3-8. He sat in the front row. He was in the arena in just plain view of everybody, speaking to a Lakers fan who had a Luka Doncic jersey on. And then at the end of the game, they had to endure the fans, the media, everybody had to listen to fire Nico chants as he sat there once again listening to an entire arena asking him to get canned. This was just one of the worst trades ever. Okay, Nico Harrison, God bless him. He helped put a team together that went to the NBA Finals. He did that. Okay, he brought on P.J. Washington and Gafford and got Lively. He got all those guys in there. Okay, God bless him. And then after that, he was able to bring on a Kyrie Irving so Luka had another partner to work with. Okay, yeah, sure, fine. Kyrie Irving, not necessarily always the model of health. And then you end up moving Luka Doncic. And so the jig is up. Pretty pathetic how the Dallas Mavericks, and the Mavericks look just real sad right now. Nico Harrison is allowed to make this trade. The new owner, brand new owner, Patrick Dumont, approves the trade, defends the trade, comes into this season, and the Mavericks even get an opportunity. How can I even forget this? They draft Cooper Flagg #1 overall. They get a gift. It's like, oh my God, we traded Luka. What a dumbass thing. But how did we get this falling into our laps? Cooper Flagg. He's 18 years old, okay? I know the other night he had a career high 26 points. He's filling up the stat sheet. They ask him to play point guard. There is no point guard. He's going to have his ups and downs all season long. Anthony Davis is still out. Kyrie Irving might be out for the entire year. Patrick Dumont, I don't know how he saw the light. I don't know who spoke to him and said, this was a bad idea. I don't know who spoke to him and told him that overall this was a horrific idea. And this is the statement just 9 months after making a trade. Patrick Dumont says today in a statement, this decision reflects our continued commitment to building a championship caliber organization. I understand the profound impact these difficult last several months have had. What took him so long? Next time, why don't you ask Mark Cuban, you dumbass? Come on now. Remember, it wasn't too long ago that Mark Cuban, listen to this, Mark Cuban was on ESPN. And Mark Cuban, we know he would have never traded Luka Doncic. Listen to what Mark Cuban had to say about the deal.
Is your son upset about the trade?
Yeah, I mean.
Were you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And I've said this before. If the Mavs are going to trade Luka, that's one thing. Just get a better deal. No disrespect to Anthony Davis, but get 3. If I still firmly believe if we had gotten 4 unprotected #1s and Anthony Davis and Max Christie, this would be a different conversation.
Would you ever have traded Luka Doncic?
I'm not going to go there. It's not.
Yeah, come on, man. We know the answer. He would have moved him. Hey, Mark Cuban's no dummy. Mark Cuban is the guy who had Dirk Nowitzki. By the way, people are calling Dirk Nowitzki a bust early in his career. Here we got another soft European guy. Here's a soft guy from Germany. Can't play in the league. Dirk Nowitzki ended up being one of the top NBA players of all time. Period. You want to know who stuck with him, never traded him, never moved him, even later in his career? I mean, a lot of people don't recall this. Like Dirk Nowitzki was able to play with Luka in their final season. In his final season, he was still on the team. Would Mark Cuban ever move the guy who was going to be and looks like let's be better here. Let's be frank. Luka Doncic is a more talented basketball player than Dirk Nowitzki. Flat, period. You could take it to the bank. Is Luka going to have the career of Dirk? Is he going to last 20 years? Probably not. Is he going to score as many points? I don't know. But if you line them up in their primes, and I don't think Luke has even met his prime, gotten to his prime yet, and he's certainly lost weight, gotten better shape now that he's with the Lakers, I'd take Luka over Dirk. So to think that Mark Cuban would move Luka Doncic, like, come on now, we all know the answer to that. The answer would be no. And so I just feel real bad for Dallas Maverick fans. Like they've been yo-yoed. And this is a case in a lot of spaces, right? You get a new boss who comes in, you get a brand new owner who comes in, wants to go ahead and put their imprint on the team, and what do? They make moves, they make changes because they need to do things, they shake things up, they listen to the people in charge, they don't know what the hell they're doing, and things just completely go into the toilet. But if we stick with the NBA, let's think about when Matt Ishbia took over the Phoenix Suns. It's like a kid in a candy store. I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I want that, and I want this, and I want everything. You got Devin Booker, right? Okay, now you got yourself Kevin Durant. You said, oh, screw this, I'm getting Kevin Durant. Great, good. You blew up the whole team and bring him in. And then you said, oh, well, we got Kevin Durant, we got Devin Booker. What do we need? Somebody else who needs the ball. Let's bring in Bradley Beal, a guy who's always hurt. How did that work out for the Phoenix Suns? You know, Bradley Beal is now suffering with the Los Angeles Clippers, a shell of whatever the hell he used to be. Kevin Durant is now with a young team with the Houston Rockets, and Devin Booker, well, he's still there. Come on now. What a world are we living in? Just because you have the resources, just because you come in, doesn't mean that you got a clean house. It doesn't mean that you have to put your imprint in. It doesn't mean that you just need to make a big old splash. Dallas Mavericks under Mark Cuban were at least one of the more stable organizations in the entire NBA since he was able to purchase the team following the .com boom. Okay, we're talking 25 years where the Dallas Mavericks moved into a team that was relevant. One ownership change just tanked them into the toilet. Yeah, if you want to hang your hat on anything, it's that they got Cooper Flagg and that he's 18 years old. Because you want to know something, and this is what made the trade dumb. People say, "Oh well, he didn't get a chance to, play out what he wants to do, and we don't see the team healthy." That's part of the problem. He traded for damaged goods. He had one of the more electric basketball players that the NBA has seen over the past 25 years, and he traded him for an injury-prone all-star. Flat, period. Stupid move, bad move. There's no justification of it. And the people who have to pay for it, the fans. God bless them. There's still people that show up to see Cooper Flagg, and they got to chant, "Fire Nico." Sometimes being a sports fan, depending on your team, the organization, it sucks. Man, if you like the Pirates, how the hell do you deal with Bob Nutting? Do you just suffer? Are you a masochist? Do you like a good beating? Man, if you're an Angels fan, how? Why? I don't know, maybe your father, your mom, your brother, your cousin, your sister, your aunt, somebody passed it down. Why do you want to be an Angels fan when you have the Artie Moreno guy running the show? Artie Moreno doesn't know whether he wants to keep the team, he wants to sell it. Shout outs to all my people in the Bay Area. Man, you got Oakland out there, the A's. There's nothing out there anymore. They got rid of all the teams. They moved them to the Bay. They moved them to Vegas. You got the baseball team moonlighting in Sacramento, sleeping on somebody's couch right now. What are we doing? How could I root for Fisher, knowing that this guy runs the A's? And we got plenty of teams. So I can get into the White Sox and Reinsdorf. I mean, they haven't had success in 20 years. There's a lot of bad owners. Patrick Dumont, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, he just comes across as completely clueless. After all the years of stability, having Mark Cuban at the helm, getting fined, taking on the league, taking on the officials, yelling at refs, giving these guys some of the best facilities in the entire NBA, Patrick Dumont comes in, and he wrecks it. Nico Harrison was already running the team since 2021. God bless him. As I said, he helped construct the team that went to the finals. But then he was also brave, not even brave. Brave is a bad word. He thought enough of himself to trade a transcendent player. Sometimes folks out here, they outsmart themselves, and he paid for it. He thought he'd be the smartest guy. Oh, we can't give this Luka guy an extension. It's going to be a bad deal. Well, you thought about the future, and you just completely ignored what's going on right now. Anthony Davis has been hurt forever. Kyrie Irving, yeah, you can't predict a torn ACL, but he's pretty much been hurt off and on forever. And you traded Anthony Davis for Luka? This is what you did? I find it quite hilarious, and it's pretty sad now. I want you to listen to Nico Harrison. He was asked directly. The media pulled no punches after this trade. Everybody thought they were getting punked. They thought the news guys and Shams were hacked. But Nico Harrison sat in front of the media, and he was pretty much asked directly, hey, Nico, why should you not be fired from your job because the fans are calling from it? This is after the season ended for the Mavs last year, earlier this year. Listen to what Nico Harrison had to say.
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end. And so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick. I think you add in Rick. The leadership that we have is really elite. And you'll see next year when our team comes back, we're going to be competing for a championship.
Oh, my God. The team never came back. You got guys hurt. People are busted up. You got a rookie that you want to grow, but he's already playing in a dumpster fire. It's sad. At least you have Cooper Flagg. Dallas Maverick fans, forget the owner, forget everybody around him. At least you have Cooper Flagg. Hopefully he can grow, and I'm not going to say he'll be the magic eraser. I mean, what are the odds that he's even better than Luka? I don't think that's some big shoes to fill. But at least you have something, someone to build around when Kyrie is gone and Anthony Davis is gone, and the way things are going in Dallas, that might be sooner rather than later. Because as we learned with the Dallas Mavericks, yeah, they might be the biggest sucker right now, but there's always another one around the block. And good luck to the Mavs. And Nico Harrison, I guess he can go back to Nike. I mean, he had a good life before he became the general manager. It's the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. We got so much to get into. We got Kevin Gray from the DLLS podcast, covers all things Dallas Mavericks. He'll be here with us next hour to talk about this move. Of course, we had Monday Night Football between the Eagles and the Packers last night. And then we learned earlier today, man, we have supposed to be the next big thing in the NFL. You won't see him again until next season. We're talking about Travis Hunter. I'm going to tell you what went down with Travis Hunter. We'll get into that on the other side of the break. If you want to call, you can do that too. Here's the phone number. You ready? 888-710-4ISN. That's 888-710-4ISN. I will be back. I'm not going to get fired, and I'm not getting traded like that Nico Harrison guy. We'll talk about Travis Hunter on the other side of the break. It's the JR Sport Brief Show, coast to coast, the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
It is the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. Hey, we talked about the firing of Nico Harrison. I guess he'll no longer be the punching bag of the Dallas Maverick fans, and fans will no longer be able to chant, "Fire Nico," and now they could just root for a Cooper flag and a darker future, at least immediately. There ain't no climbing out of the hole that they're currently in. The Dallas Mavericks are just they're stuck. They're stuck. It's going to be a few years of rebuilding down in the Metroplex. Speaking of rebuilding, this is highly unfortunate. A couple of hours ago, we learned that Travis Hunter had some reconstructive surgery on his knee. He had a damaged LCL in his knee. We know that he was placed on injured reserve last month, and then we learned the extent of the injury will now keep him out for the rest of the season. So Travis Hunter has had one hell of a year. I mean, we saw him play 2 ways for the Colorado Buffaloes. This man ends up being the Heisman Award winner. The Jacksonville Jaguars go ahead and trade up for him. And then, well, ultimately, I don't want to say the season has been a dud. It's been an incomplete. The Jaguars, as a team, have a record of 5-4 right now. They just lost to Houston. After Travis Hunter went down, they desperately needed a wide receiver help. And Brian Thomas Jr. cannot catch the football with his hands. He's catching the ball with his face. They traded for Jacoby Myers, who wanted out of Las Vegas dating back to the summertime. And so the Jaguars are doing what they typically do. After what appeared to be a decent start, it looks like they're going to be in for another average season. And if the Jacksonville Jaguars make it to the postseason, ain't nobody looking for them. Nobody is checking for them. It's highly unfortunate. Travis Hunter out for the season after having surgery to fix his LCL. Now listen to Liam Cohen. He's the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is the update that he gave just last week.
Just a quick update. Travis Hunter was injured during practice on Thursday. He will be placed on IR here shortly. We'll miss at least 4 games. We're currently assessing the injury just to determine the best course of action moving forward for Travis and for the team.
Well, now we know he's out for the entire season. The injury is worse than anybody thought it was. And, you know, there were concerns about his size and his durability. We know that he had some injury issues off and on here and there in college, shoulder issues, and he got popped on a dirty hit, had a lacerated liver, I think, at one point in time. And he's a smallish dude, at least slight in frame. He's not carrying around a lot of weight. And I think throughout the course of his season or his career, I don't think that's going to change significantly until he gets maybe a few years out from where he currently stands right now. And so there was always a thought that, man, if he's playing wide receiver, if he gets cracked the right or the wrong way, depending on who you ask, he might go down. But the fact that he got injured in practice is pretty bad. And I hope that he can come back. He's going to have a full year to basically return. I mean, we're standing in November. He got hurt a couple weeks ago. And so he's going to have months to get his body together, to repair his knee. And so quite a year. Heisman Award winner, selected in the NFL draft. He got married. He has a child. He's in Jacksonville, Florida right now. Now he tore his LCL. They got to fix that. It's a hell of a year. And then if you think about what he actually did on the football field, we don't even know what the integration was going to be for Travis Hunter to ultimately play 2 ways. That was a big thing. He could play offense. He could play defense. Now, did anybody think he was going to be out there all the time on offense, all the time on defense? Hell no. He might have gotten hurt sooner. On the offensive side of the ball, he played 67% of the offensive snaps. On the defensive side of the ball, he played 36% of their defensive snaps. And he only played, keep in mind, 7 games. He was starting to maybe show some signs, a little bit more life on the offensive side of the ball before he got hurt. So Travis Hunter ends his season 300 receiving yards and 1 touchdown. On the defensive side of the ball, 15 tackles and 3 passes deflected. Not what anybody thought or hoped. You know, I'd have thought with a successful season, maybe, I don't know, 500, 600 yards receiving, a couple of TDs, a couple of interceptions. He's never got his hands on any of those. So just another same old season when it comes down to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Travis Hunter having surgery to repair an LCL. And this season is nothing but a big incomplete for him. I mean, we still may not even know next year. It's still going to be fact-finding for the Jaguars and Liam Cohen. How much football is he going to be able to play? Where do we put him? Is he still primarily an offensive weapon that we could put out there on defense, on maybe we need some extra corners in a nickel package or what have you? Or is he going to get a little bit more run on the defensive side of the ball? I say go on offense. Go where he's already seen to have a little bit of success, and then just kind of go from there. But no need to rush him back. Just really stinks that injuries were a concern, and that he goes down with an LCL injury in practice. No Allen Iverson. It's the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. 888-710-4ISN is the number. That's 888-710-4ISN. We talked about Nico Harrison getting fired. We talked about Travis Hunter having his surgery. He will not see any more NFL action this season, at least not on the football field. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about some football. And I don't know if I want to call it action, but there was football on the field last night in Green Bay, and it was pretty boring. Eagles come out on top over the Packers. We'll talk about that matchup. And, well, what are the Packers doing? Do they have enough to legitimately compete for a title? We'll get into that on the other side of the break. We have so much more to get into, but right now let's get into a news flash. Here he is, Rich Ackerman.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
And it's brought to you by Prize Picks. The hard-hitting football action is even better with Prize Picks. Download Prize Picks and use code PRIMETIME and get $50 bonus credit instantly when you play $5. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Travis Hunter's rookie season is over. After he underwent surgery on his knee, he should be able to return to football activity in 6 months. Asante Samuel Jr. has been cleared following a spinal fusion procedure and is signing with the Steelers practice squad. It seemed as if it was only a matter of when, following the Luka Doncic trade. And today, the Dallas Mavericks fired GM Nico Harrison with the team off to a 3-8 start. The fired chance of Harrison never stopped since that stunning deal in February and hit a crescendo last night in a loss to the Bucks. The Suns' Jalen Green is out 4 to 6 weeks with a hamstring injury. The Thunder have been just as strong as they were last year in winning the title to open their title defense. They have won 10 of their first 11 and take on the Warriors, who've been struggling with a tough early schedule. The defending champs have posted back-to-back wins, and leading their most recent effort was MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 35 on Sunday, including a 9-point outburst in the fourth quarter. Head coach Mark Daigneault said his star has the ability to turn it up a notch.
He knows what time it is. He's got an appetite to be in those situations, and he was outstanding down the stretch. But again, I thought the group to start the quarter did a nice job fending off a little bit of a run, and I thought it was just a great 48-minute effort by the whole team. But yeah, I mean, he was outstanding in that stretch.
And the Baseball Manager of the Year will be announced shortly. I'm Rich Ackerman.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
It is the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. Oh yeah, there's a lot of the country cold as ice. Okay, I mean last night Green Bay, typically one of the colder locales here in the NFL, it was pretty ice cold by both of the squads last night. We saw the Eagles go out there and beat the Packers again, 10-7. I mean, this is almost a rite of passage for the Philadelphia Eagles to go out there and beat the Packers. And so pretty much that concluded Week 10 of the NFL season. We're going to move forward, but let's just say things went out with a whimper, specifically for the Green Bay Packers. And you know what? This is a good opportunity to let you know about the Navy Federal Credit Union Defensive Player of the Week. Our members are the mission. Okay, and that guy happens to be Jalen Phillips. This man made his debut for the Philadelphia Eagles. They just traded for Jalen Phillips. He went out there and had 6 tackles, multiple pressures. He forced a fumble. He fell on another one. He's reunited with Vic Fangio, who was his defensive coordinator down in Miami, right now with Philadelphia. And Jalen Phillips, he pretty much made a huge start here. He said that this trade from the Miami Dolphins, given all of his injuries over the past few years, blowing out his Achilles, blowing out his knee, he said being moved to the Philadelphia Eagles with a chance and an opportunity to compete for a championship, he said, this is like the best experience and was the best day of my life. And so now the Philadelphia Eagles are 7-2, and this was a rock fight. And this is what the Eagles have historically done. Jalen Hurts had 183 yards passing. He threw 1 touchdown to Devontae Smith. You got A.J. Brown, who returned from his leg injury. He only had 2 receptions and 13 yards. God bless him. He did not go on social media and complain about it after the game, as far as I know. Maybe he's waiting until tomorrow. And Saquon, he's only had, 1 rushing touchdown all season long? Or, 1 rushing game where he surpassed 100 yards. Yesterday, he had 60. It was all about the defense. Anytime an NFL team can hold another squad to only 1 touchdown, things are good. And the Packers, well, their offense stinks, and they're still trying to figure things out. Only 261 yards of total offense, and Jordan Love might have had just, the worst game of his career. Only 176 yards passing. I want you to listen to Jordan Love, because he said our offense, it absolutely stinks.
Just got to get back to the drawing board. Same thing as last week, get back to the film session. Trying to find ways to figure out what we're not doing as well right now, what's kind of keeping us in a funk and not letting us kind of get into a rhythm.
I guess if there is a bright side for the Green Bay Packers, it's that their next game is going to be against the New York Giants. And now that may not be the best thing. Well, there's twofold. Jackson Dart is in concussion protocol. We don't know if Jackson Dart is going to play. Now, what might be the good thing for the New York Giants is that in a lot of cases, what typically happens is, you get a coach replaced, everybody gets hyped up for a day or 2 or a week, and then things go back to normal. The New York Giants, the players may actually be rejoicing that Brian Daboll is gone and that Mike Kafka is going to take over from being offensive coordinator to the full-time coach. So this could go well or this could go bad for the Packers. Let's just put it that way. If Jackson Dart ain't playing, I'm pretty sure the Packers would be happy to see Russell Wilson back there. But the Packers defense, man, they've been doing their job, man. And, Packers offense, they haven't been carrying their end of the bargain. Head coach Matt LaFleur of the Green Bay Packers, he talked about the offensive struggles for this team. Let's be real. A lot of people are looking at him going, figure it out.
When you look at it, like I mentioned, just a lot of those situational ball, we just weren't clean and had, whether it was penalties, there was a drop there on a 4th down. I'll always look at myself first and foremost. Are we putting the guys in the right plays?
Oh, boy, here we go. This might be the beginning of the end for Matt LaFleur with the Green Bay Packers. Okay, you got Gutekunst, who's now gone. They got a new president. Typically, things aren't going all that well. You can't fire the quarterback. Love is now in that space of making $50+ million a year. It might be time for LaFleur to kind of move on. That might be the case. And there's no excuses. I know that Jordan Love already liked to spread the football around, but they don't have Tucker Kraft. He missed his first game yesterday with that torn ACL. He's probably going to be out for a good portion of next season as well. they drafted Golden. That hasn't made too big of a difference. You got Christian Watson, who led the team in receiving with 45 yards. And I remember at the end of last season, Josh Jacobs made it a point when the Packers' season came to an end. You don't typically hear a player be critical of other players or kind of chime in on what the team might need. Josh Jacobs was not shy in saying, we need a number one wide receiver. That's what he said. And apparently they tried to draft one in Golden. And last night he also wasn't shy. He's the one who got stuffed towards the end of the game, and Jalen Phillips knocked the living hell out of him to help secure it. Josh Jacobs said, come on, man, the Eagles knew our plays. This doesn't bode well for Matt LaFleur. Listen to this.
As a runner, it don't never feel good. I mean, whenever they know what we're doing, they'll never feel good because it changed my mind on how I'm going to run the ball, if we just being honest. It makes me kind of like guess what I'm going to do. And obviously, you know, people are smart. If we got cold words or whatever, you hear it a few times, like you going to eventually react to it. You know, I mean, that's football. But, yeah, I mean, it's never a good feeling.
How did it change the way you ran on that play?
I mean, they called it out. We called our play. They said inside zone. It's coming right here. So I kind of like didn't want to run right there, you know. But, yeah, that's just how it played out.
Oh, ouch. Okay, all right. I mean, those are the type of comments that people take note of. Those are the type of comments that folks in the front office, you know, they take note of. And when you have a new president who's now running the Green Bay Packers, those are the type of comments that you take note of. The Packers have a record of 5-3-1. What do I expect from them? To go to the playoffs and be eliminated. I mean, their offense is not carrying weight. They've had too many injuries. You got Reed, who's dealing with, a foot and a collarbone. You got Kraft. I think the injury bug has eaten away at too much of the Packers. Let me ask you this, Mr. Jack Carty. What are your thoughts? Do you see the Packers? Early on, it looked like they would be contenders. Do you feel like they could come out of the NFC?
I don't know. I haven't been that impressed by Green Bay this season. As you said, they started off 2-0 and they looked pretty dominant. Like, you know, they beat up the Lions pretty well, and then they beat the Commanders. But then, I don't know, then they lost to the Browns and lost to the Panthers with a field goal, and you know, they tied with the Cowboys, but 40 points each. But you know, everyone's been scoring that many points against the Cowboys' defense. I don't know. I'm not too impressed by Green Bay. I think they started off hot, but they've fallen off, and I don't see them coming out. I mean, if they make it into the playoffs, I think they're going to be what they did the last couple of years. They'll be like one and done.
Yeah, I mean, there's better teams. The Eagles beat them again. You got to show the Lions love when it comes to their own division. I know the Bears are there, but I'm not, fully going to go out there and trust Caleb Williams. The NFC South, a little bit of a joke. I know the Buccaneers have been dealing with their own injuries. They're still at the top of the standings at 6-3 in the NFC South. And the NFC West is, well, it's the Rams. I understand the Seahawks and the Rams have the same record at 7-2, but then you have a guy like Matthew Stafford who has won a championship, and he's playing like an MVP candidate so far this year. So there's a lot of teams competing in the NFC. And if the Green Bay Packers just don't get it together fast or maybe potentially go on a run, figure things out on offense, they're not going to be able to keep up. I mean, the Lions, we know, are one of the more electric teams when it comes to scoring the football in the entire NFL. I mean, they lead the league at 283 points. They're the highest scoring team outside of the Colts in the entire NFL. This is not a Packers team that can go out there and keep up with them. I want you to listen to head coach Nick Sirianni. I tell you, this was a boring game. A lot of defense, a lot of nothing. They were tied 0-0 at halftime. We don't see that too often anymore. Nick Sirianni was just like, yeah, this was a tough one.
We know that's a physical team that we played, and we know this is a physical league division that they play in. So we knew we had to be physical because we knew they were going to be physical. And so, I thought the defense did an excellent job.
The defense didn't. I mean, they held them to 7 points. Jalen Hurts having one of his more traditional games, 183 yards passing and 1 touchdown, not to A.J. Brown, but to Devontae Smith. Jalen Hurts is like, yeah, man, playing them and that defense, it sucks. This is Jalen Hurts on that defense.
I'm proud of how we competed. I'm proud of how we weathered through and persevered. I think we showed great resilience throughout this game, and that's a hell of a team we played. It's the best defense we played all year.
That's nice. If only their offense could catch up. I know they tried to go out there and get a more dynamic weapon. Tucker Kraft developed into one, but for right now, it's still not enough for the Green Bay Packers. They'll go to the postseason, and then they will be roundly eliminated. Good for them. Next up, as I mentioned, they have the New York Giants. We have no idea whether or not Jackson Dart is going to be out of concussion protocol, and we also know that the New York Giants have a new head coach. After firing Brian Daboll, Mike Kafka will take over. So the Packers, at least, they should pick up a victory against the Giants. And if they don't, go ahead and sound the alarm bells. There's going to be a lot of folks looking at Matt LaFleur to go out there and get the boot, like Brian Daboll. Not in the season, though. And meanwhile, for the Eagles, what's next for them? We talked about how high-scoring these Packers are. Well, not the Packers. You got a team in the Lions who are next for the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay, this could be a rock fight, or this could be a high-scoring battle. I mean, the Eagles are going to try to slow this out and grind things out. And we know the Lions, who just put up points by the bunches, the Lions are going to try to outscore them. The Eagles are going to host the Detroit Lions, so that could certainly be a benefit. That is going to take place on Sunday Night Football for all of America to watch. Let's see if A.J. Brown is reading a book on the sidelines or whether or not he's really going to be invested into what takes place on the football field. I think after 2 receptions for 13 yards, he's going to be looking for some action. And I think the Philadelphia Eagles, if they want to beat the Lions, they're going to have to score more than 10 points. Okay? It's the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. We're going to take a break. We come back on the other side. Let's go to the other side of Pennsylvania, because the Eagles will be fine. What about the team in Pittsburgh? What about the Steelers? Is Aaron Rodgers washed up? We'll get into it on the other side. The JR Sport Brief Show. Don't move.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
It is the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. Coming to you live from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you so much to our producer holding things down in New York City. Thank you so much to Jack Gardy. And thank you to you for hanging out with us. The show gets started every weekday, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific. Man, we've hung out for an hour. We talked about Travis Hunter, out for the season. They had to fix his LCL, gone from the Jacksonville Jaguars. He can't play offense, he can't play defense, and he unfortunately is now going to be rehabbing. It's going to be an incomplete season for Travis Hunter. We talked about the conclusion of Week 10 of the NFL season. The Eagles beating the Packers. A barn burner it was not. A defensive battle it was. Eagles beat the Packers 10-7. And, well, Eagles look like they're going to be competing for another championship. They have to get their own offense together. And then the Packers, well, offense, yeah. They don't know what offense is right now. Nico Harrison fired as the general manager and president of the Dallas Mavericks. And he only made the trade for Luka, or traded away Luka, back in February. And I guess the new owner, Patrick Dumont, he will go wherever the wind takes him. And so Nico Harrison is now out of a job. A matter of fact, in about 20 minutes from now, we're going to have a conversation with Kevin Gray. Covers all things Dallas Mavericks for the DLLS show and podcast. So we'll talk about the Mavericks in about 20 minutes. If you missed the last hour of the show, you can hit rewind on the free Odyssey app. Thank you to people listening live on their local affiliates, Sirius XM Channel 375, and a smart speaker if you have one. Ask it to play the Infinity Sports Network. And if you want to call up and be a part of the show, you can do that too. 888-710-4ISN. That's 888-710-4ISN. You can also find me online. I exist everywhere at JR Sport Brief. Not a difficult person to find. Go ahead and hit me up anywhere. Nico Harrison might be difficult to find. I mean, they were pulling up on that guy at coffee shops. Like, he's walking down a street in Dallas, and he's being harassed and accosted by fans just about moving on from Luka Doncic. Just, there has to come a point in time, and maybe he will never change his mind. And maybe he has, and maybe the day after. You don't make a move like that and just publicly say you made a mistake. There's going to have to be a bone, and he's a human. I'm pretty sure he's thought about it. There's going to have to come a point in time, and maybe he's reached it where he's just like, man, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. But anyway, we're going to have this conversation about Nico Harrison. Kevin Gray is going to join us to talk about the Dallas Mavericks. He'll be here in 20 minutes. And then tonight, this will be pretty fun. We're going to have the announcement of the latest college football playoff rankings. So we'll give that to you. That should come our way next hour. 888-710-4ISN is the number. That's 888-710-4ISN. You know, we just talked about the Green Bay Packers and the Philadelphia Eagles. Packers are trying to generate offense. The Eagles, they're trying to figure out their offense as well now that they have A.J. Brown back. Certainly not as dynamic or bullying as they were last year with some of the adjustments they've had to the offensive line. But then you got another team. It seems like it's going to be the same old story on the other side of the state of Pennsylvania. We know the Eagles in Philadelphia, they're on the east. And then the Steelers, they're in the western part of the state. And we saw the Steelers prior to Monday Night Football with the Eagles and Packers. On Sunday night, we got a pretty boring matchup. Man, this game sucked too. Not Thursday, but Sunday Night Football stunk. Monday Night Football stunk. We saw the Chargers go out there and handle the Steelers pretty easy, 25-10. This is a Chargers team that is trying to figure out what their offensive line can go out there and do. But the Steelers were able to do nothing, okay? Offense, defense, they were just asleep. And I don't know, maybe Aaron Rodgers needed to go to sleep. He's going to be 42 years old in about 2 weeks. And he had the worst game of his Steelers' career. Aaron Rodgers on Sunday against the Chargers. 161 yards and 2 interceptions. Nobody's expecting him to go out there and throw 4 touchdowns every week. We know that the Steelers offense isn't even built to do that. Everybody can key in on DK Metcalf. I mean, who's the next best wide receiver? Calvin Austin? Is that who's going to help take the Steelers to an AFC championship game? The name of the game when it comes down to the Steelers is we know that they win in the regular season. They do just enough to have a positive record for Mike Tomlin. And then the next thing is they go to the postseason and they get punched out. Well, it looks like this season is pretty much going according to plan, even though the fact is that they added Aaron Rodgers as a stabilizer for their offense. Russell Wilson was not it. Justin Fields was not it. And Aaron Rodgers might be better than both of those guys. But is he good enough to help them win it all? So far this season, almost 1,900 yards passing, 18 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. That's a good quarterback. But can Aaron Rodgers deliver the ball down the field? Can Aaron Rodgers still win you the big game? Yeah, he can do it occasionally. But is he going to be able to do it consecutive weekends in January? That I'm not so sure about. I mean, after the game on Sunday, Aaron Rodgers was talking about how he missed some of the throws, and, a lot of this was his fault.
I missed DK early. Could have been a big play, a little high to Jono. But, yeah, we didn't run the ball super effectively in the first half. I missed obviously some throws for sure.
Oh, yeah, he sounds so sad. Thank God we don't got him on Pat McAfee, right? Listening to Aaron Rodgers just wax poetic every week, and Steelers are not down for that crap. Save that garbage for the New York Jets. But the fact is, everybody gets old. I mean, last night we talked about LeBron James dealing with a sciatica in his back. He's about to be 41, still running, jumping, flying all over the place. We got Aaron Rodgers. This man tore his Achilles a couple of seasons ago, pretty much in his New York Jets debut. The most New York Jets thing ever. Make your debut and blow out your leg 4 plays later. He's about to be 42 years old. Aaron Rodgers is allowed to lay an egg. Is he at the top of the totem pole when it comes to quarterbacks? No, but he's still one of the smartest that the NFL has ever seen. And he can get the job done. Is he going to be able to do it consistently? Probably not. And so today, Mike Tomlin spoke to the media. Mike Tomlin was asked about Aaron Rodgers, and Mike Tomlin was pretty much just like, listen, I don't think this guy is turned into a pumpkin. I don't think he became elderly overnight. Well, those are my words. Listen to what Tomlin said.
I'm not going to, chalk it up to an off night, but there are no long-term concerns.
Like when you say you're not going to chalk it up to an off night, but no long-term concerns, is that because of Jesse Minter, or is there something else?
I'm just not going to allow your words to be my words. That's all.
Well, then how would you describe Aaron's?
Sunday night was what it was, but I have no long-term reservations about his ability to play the position and play the position at a high level for us.
Well, there you have it. What is Mike Tomlin supposed to say? And I get it. The media have to ask these questions. They try to get a quote, and damn it, they got one. And we just played it here on the radio. I'm not going to allow your words to be my words. I don't have any long-term issues, any long-term concerns about Aaron Rodgers. Okay. What is he supposed to say? He's old. I don't trust him. I don't believe in him. When they brought him on, they went all in. Flat and period. Knowing that this offense may not have the help, knowing that this offense, and even with Aaron Rodgers, they don't have the receivers. Mike Tomlin was asked about the team in general. What's going on?
I think it's just complimentary football or lack thereof at times. There have been some games where we haven't played the way we desired defensively due to tangible and intangible reasons. There have been a couple of games offensively where we've done similar things. And I just think that the more that you can come to the party with a high level of consistency in all 3 phases, the better chance you have to play positive complementary football. And there's certainly been several weeks where one way or the other we've been lacking in a certain component of our collective that's made the engineer the victory a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, he's like, basically, I need the offense and the defense and the special teams to all work together. That's it. That's a long way of saying that. Well, speaking of the defense, T.J. Watt, not necessarily having the year that you would expect him to have. He only has 6 sacks. What a loser he is. T.J. Watt says, I need to be better. The defense needs to be better. We all need to be better.
Inconsistent as it could be. Too much up and down, not enough Steeler football. We can't continue to live and die by the turnovers as a defense. We need to get off the field. We need to stop the run. Critical third downs we need to do a better job of, and no excuse for it. We need to play better.
Yeah, average as average can be. Man, I could hit the fast forward button to January right now. Not that I want to. I want to enjoy as much as I can of November and December. I know a lot of people have already hit the fast forward button. How we went from Halloween to Christmas time, I have no idea. But the fact is, if I had a crystal ball, and I don't have to be, Miss Cleo, who was a scam artist. Maybe I could be Miss Cleo. But if I had a magic ball, and I had to think about what's going to happen with the Steelers this year, I, like a lot of Steeler fans, would say the same thing. This is going to be a team that finishes with a positive record, that ultimately gets to the postseason, and then will get smoked in round number 1. And then the conversation will be from people in Pittsburgh, well, we need to get rid of Mike Tomlin. We need to fire Mike Tomlin. And then people also say, we need to get rid of Aaron Rodgers. I think there's a good chance, well, most certainly that Mike Tomlin will be back. Unless things completely hit the skids, I also believe Aaron Rodgers will be back in Pittsburgh next year as well. Or maybe the Steelers will have an opportunity. Maybe they still will choose a quarterback regardless of where they select in the draft. But this is the Steelers, man. It's the same old, same old. The Steelers started the season off at 4-1. They've now lost 3 out of their last 4 games to fall to 5-4. Meanwhile, you have the Baltimore Ravens in the same damn division. The Baltimore Ravens have now won 3 straight games. These Ravens have Lamar Jackson back. They're happy. And then you got a Joe Burrow who's been out with turf toe, who's saying that he wants to return for the Cincinnati Bengals for their Thanksgiving matchup against the Ravens. And so if you are the Steelers, looks like you might have missed out on an opportunity in the AFC North to really put a stamp on things. Pittsburgh is 5-4. Baltimore is 4-5. And I know Cincinnati still might be a long shot. They're 3-6. But Joe Burrow is looking at the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Ravens going, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, we can go on a streak here and win. How about this? Next up for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they got the Bengals. They got those Bengals. The Joe Flacco-led Bengals, who, just a month ago, basically beat them 33-31? And Mike Tomlin said at the time, I have no idea why the Browns decided to move this man, to the other Ohio team, being Cincinnati. The Steelers can't lose to the Bengals again, right? Like, they got to come away with a victory. I think the Steelers will beat the Bengals. I think these Steelers will end up 6-4. I think Cincinnati will fall even further back, 3-7. I mean, the more a reason to kind of have Joe Burrow take a seat and not come back this season. I think that'd be better for the rest of the division. At least the Steelers, they control their destiny right now. And part of that, they have to beat Cincinnati, especially not having Joe Burrow. And some things you can't let it get away. It's the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. And we got a lot to get into. Okay, we're waiting on the complete rankings for the college football playoff top 25, the second week of the reveal. We'll give you an update when we fully have that list. We're going to get into Bill Belichick. There's some rumors that he might be on his way back to the NFL. What does Bill Belichick say about that, especially now that the New York Giants job has opened up? I talked about what took place with the Packers last night. Ryan Wood is going to join us next hour from the Green Bay Press-Gazette to talk about whether or not the Packers can turn things around. Brian Kelly is suing LSU. He wants all $54 million of his buyout money. So there's a lot for us to get into. But we are going to take a break. And we come back, we talked a lot about folks getting fired. Nico Harrison, the big name, getting the boot today. We're going to have a conversation with Kevin Gray from the DLLS Mavericks show. Get his thoughts on what took place with the Mavs and the firing of Nico Harrison. They've just been a train wreck all year long. We'll chat with Kevin Gray on the other side. You're listening to the JR Sport Brief Show on the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
You're listening to the JR Sport Brief.
It is the JR Sport Brief Show here with you coast to coast on the Infinity Sports Network. Man, we all learned earlier today. Man, in February, Luka Doncic traded from the Mavericks to the Los Angeles Lakers. Nico Harrison stood on that. The owner, Patrick Dumont, stood on that. And here we are in November, Nico Harrison gone. Took a lot of chance. took a lot of interviews and conversations, and the Mavericks they look sloppy. The owner, the brand new owner, Patrick Dumont, who now has the majority share of the Dallas Mavericks, he looks inexperienced, which he absolutely is. To talk about what the Mavericks have been through over the past several months, the past several years, and what the next few seasons might look like, joining us right now is someone you can catch hosting pre- and post-game, covering all things Mavs for the DLLS Mavs show and podcast, is Kevin Gray. Kevin, welcome back, man.
Hey, JR, good to be with you, man. How are you?
No doubt about it. Listen, I'm good. With everything that's gone down over the past several months, did I eventually think that Nico Harrison would get fired? Yeah, sure. But did I think it'd be today? No. What are your thoughts on the timing of this move?
To be honest, it wasn't going to end any other way than with Nico Harrison losing his job. This got accelerated with the poor start that the Mavericks got off to, a 3-8 start with the amount of expectations coming into this season. Fans chanting fire Nico as P.J. Washington's trying to make free throws to tie a game last night at home against the Milwaukee Bucks. It just became untenable, and it reached a boiling point, starting with the back-to-back that they had on Friday and Saturday against the Memphis Grizzlies and the Washington Wizards, and reached a point where they could not move forward any longer with Nico Harrison running the basketball operations for this team. And the decision was made today to wipe the slate clean, at least from the GM standpoint, and to move forward in a different direction.
Kevin Gray's here with us on the JR Sport